Here's someone calling me a scumbag. It's fine. Here's someone, Umbrella Guy, claiming Tim Pool defends Eliza Bleu. Here's Chrissy Mayer talking about me and whatever. The Umbrella Guy talking about me losing it. These drama channels take things out of... Okay, here we go. To all the people who are upset with me, especially over the video that I put out the other day, you know what? I'm going to apologize. Absolutely. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. Obviously, we have our differences, and obviously I feel a certain way, but I don't want to fight with you. Not. Whoa, bro. Looking good, man. You working out? You lost weight? Wow. Great suit, by the way. You working out, man? You're looking good. That's a nice suit. What is that? What is that made of? You know, velour? What, a silk robe?
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me, or I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me.
Did you see the picture of Jack Murphy's beard as your head?
That's part of the op, bro.
Why did I have to lift heavy bags for travelers at an airport, 50,000 pounds per day, loading up all these planes? It's a lot of weight.
Did you work at Midway?
I worked at O'Hare.
Whew.
So I would lift between like 35 and 50,000 pounds per day.
That's why you're so shredded. Sure. I didn't want to say anything.
Leftover muscle.
Right. I didn't want to say anything, but it's hard to not notice, you know? Yeah. That's why you're so shredded.
I'm a man.
That's why you're so shredded.
When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful. A miracle, oh, it was beautiful. When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful. A miracle, oh, it was beautiful. When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful.
All right, part 3 drops today, telling us all we're part of a psyop. And, you know, I've seen people all day long tell me, Tim, apologize, man. Tim, apologize. It's off course. It's all good. Yeah, while his site is being shared by Eliza Bleu, telling us that we're fucking all part of a psyop and that we're all idiots, basically. I mean, I swear, I've seen some conspiratorial shit trying to excuse things, but my God, you're part of the op, bro. Part 3 of doubling down. You know, people are like, well, Tim doesn't control his website. The writers do. You mean to tell me he doesn't control his own brand? I mean, come on, man. At what point does it matter? Oh my God. But I'm going to show you third part there. Third part of, yeah. So messed up. Someone said in the chat, drama channel. Yeah, man, drama channel, dude. I mean, this is fucking, this right here is, if you think that's drama, if you think that somebody using free speech to shut down dozens of people, these people are supposed to be free speech advocates, and they are running. They are not. They're running the biggest interference I've ever seen for someone like this. I've never seen this kind of shit on this level. I've seen it. I take it back from these spaces, from the free speech crowd. You know, I've seen some pretty big fucking messed up things where people have brought in PR firms and shit. This is what PR firms look like. This is what they do. So it's a strange narrative to say, you know, oh man, it's all drama, baby. If you want to call it drama, you call it whatever. But man, you know, like I said, somebody spits on your face over and over again. How long do you pretend it's not raining? You know, I mean, if that's what you like, then that's what you like. It's your prerogative, man. But I'm tired of this unity, baby. We need unity, and then you basically have other people do your fucking dirty work for you. Like, do your own dirty work, man. It's fucking easy. It's simple. And again, you know, if your brand is being used, if my website was hosting attacks on everybody and their mama, that would be my words. That would be my words, baby. It wouldn't be somebody else's words. Oh man. It's amazing though. It's amazing. The day today too, the narrative changed. Let me show you the Eliza Bleu narrative. It's brand new. It's pretty funny. She's calling on all men now to go out there and get the work done. You know, she needs the men in her corner now because that's what you need, man. You need to back shit like this because if you don't, well, you know where it goes. I mean, I'm waiting. People have basically been accused of exploiting her, sexually exploiting her. I mean, these are false allegations, dude, and they're being used as cover to do some heinous shit, to fake things. I mean, it's crazy. So, yeah, we got I need brave men to stand up for you right now. I'm begging you, men, stand up right now. Oh, dude. Thanks for the 5. So have you made it for a live? Hope your heart is all not blocked anymore. Love your channel. I'm good. I'm golden. 2012. Thanks for the tug. Set a DM on a charity stream. Also, I picked up a mic and I'm pissed. Video uploading. Rumble now. If you need anything on this, I'm in. Well, definitely. I'll check your video. Link me in the thing. Yeah, I saw your thing about charity streams. I don't host charity streams, and I'll tell you why. You remember the kill stream did that once. Remember the hill stream? Yeah, it was used as a way to take down an entire channel. You know, it was crazy. So I give charity instead there. Our Dizzy things for then. Was I early or were you tug slug? I was 2 minutes slow, actually. I was 2 minutes slow. But yeah, the narrative, so it changed up all day. It had this is later on. I need brave men to stand up right now. I'm begging you. That's the first time over the past 3 weeks I've asked anyone to help me or stand up. So again, men, you need to stand up and do damage control right now. Apparently there's one answering the call, Shane. But she also, it was interesting because she admitted changing her story today. She's like, yo, I'm going to change up my narrative. Today, I decided to change my story as a survivor. I've been abused a 3rd time on a massive scale. It's called image-based sexual abuse, IBSA. Every individual who knowingly profited off this content without my consent has become my abuser in my story. This is how you get sued right here. Like I said today, somebody's going to sue her because she's admitted over the last day, she's admitted that she is part of the process taking people down. She acknowledged that. That's a mess up. That's a big one. She also misrepresented everything that's going on. There's plenty of receipts for that and more. And now she's coming out saying that people are sexually exploiting and abusing her. Yeah. Like I said, that's how you get sued. This is quite literally the way you walk into a lawsuit. Colleen, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Also 2012. It's for two. She's drafting all men. Identifies a woman. Y'all. I mean, it's just crazy. But this, you didn't fight censorship. You fought to exploit me. Nude, partially nude, suggestive content without my consent. So now a video that she consented to years ago that was shared and screenshots were taken from that video, those are now non-consensual. She is saying, again, during that time period, you have to remember, we actually had, we have Shane Cashman during his hit piece, part 2, to thank for part of part of just showing how flagrant it was during that time, because she said, trafficking didn't mean I was trafficked every day. She said I was trafficked for 5 years. I escaped that. Well, that didn't really mean escape. That means she left and went somewhere. And it didn't mean for 5 total years. It just meant off and on. And during that, she did videos like the rap videos you saw. And also she did a video talking about how I turned down $150,000 to have sex with a man, which again, she's an addict at the time, admittedly an addict. She's also supposedly being trafficked at the time. Addicts don't turn down that kind of money. And people being traffickers don't let you turn down that money. Again, $150K, that's huge money. They traffic you for $20. $150,000, yeah. But nude, partially nude, sexually suggestive content without my consent. If you would have asked, I wouldn't have consented. Yeah, of course you wouldn't have consented. You wouldn't have consented to people asking questions. I mean, you made that perfectly clear. You struck how many people doing that? Yeah, we caught that. We caught it very quickly. Hey, Bluey Anon, thanks for the 20 there. Yeah, Bluey, man. So that is a travesty right there. Anyway, so Bluey Anon, man. You talk about, you want an example of how messed up this stuff has been. Bluey Anon got hey, you need to delete this and you can come back on Twitter. The only problem is Bluey Anon is not allowed to delete the material. It's caught in a perpetual loop. They recorded it to show you, hey, I can't even get back on there. So when people are saying some of these are they're temporary bans, you just got to remove something. Yeah, are they really? Are they really? I mean, when you get down to it, would you consider if you were locked out, kept out of stuff that whole time, would you consider that a temporary ban, or would you consider that permanent? I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that 1 second. I mean, there's a whole thread of people. I didn't catch everybody in it too. I've been trying to gather up all of the bands into one place. And you've got to remember, here's one problem. A lot of people are under this weird impression that everybody uses Twitter. Not everybody likes Twitter. So you're not going to get everybody gathered into Twitter anyway. But just even on Twitter, you have half a dozen hits that I could find easily. That was just right off the bat. And then on top of that, again, you have all this other messed up stuff. And I mean, while you're at it, you have people actively running interference for it. So if you see that as drama, I don't know what to tell you. Again, I don't know what to tell anybody on that. I mean, let's put it this way. Would you hold that same standard if Taylor Lorenz wrote the hit piece? Would you hold that same standard? Would you call it drama, or would you call it a fucking hit piece? Because the standard shouldn't change just because the person that is doing it or the platform that's doing it. See, there seems to be this different standard, and the standard either should be the same or it shouldn't be. I get the feeling though sometimes there isn't really a standard at all. Again, you fight censorship. Censorship is a fight that's important. It matters. Fighting for people that are basically having their most horrific things that ever happened to them taken on by other people, clout. That matters. Fighting this stuff matters, and it doesn't matter contingent on political or or social convenience. People that try to shut you down, they try to shut you down, period. You know, I mean, you see too, like Blue and on here's let me show you this because this was recorded. I mean, just to show you what a lot of people are experiencing. You know, I've heard about this over and over again. So you can see, like, you know, oh, look, hey, why don't you delete this for me? Okay, well, I'm going to delete. Wait a minute. You can't. You can't. A perpetual, that's the perpetual trauma machine, in my opinion. There you go. You know, people not being able to actually do what supposedly, again, this game is rigged. And the people who rigged this game, they should be taken to task. And this is one of them that did it. But she said, I wouldn't have consented. You believe that I consented previously. So you decided to take my body and use it for your gain. So to prove I'm not a survivor, many made me a victim again. You can never say that I'm not a survivor of exploitation now because you made me one. So again, because you talked about this, you're the trafficker. You're the exploiter. That is a jacked up statement there. They blew in on. Thanks for the 20 there. There is a desperate campaign to shift the narrative away from censorship and deflect attention to anybody but Eliza Bleu, the alleged free speech activist censoring detractors. You the man, Tug. Yeah, indeed. You know, it's been attacking. I mean, there's been some big names coming out and fucking circling the wagon too. And it's been there, done that, had it supersized before, seen this before, seen the same kind of shit. At that time, you called it organized. You called it people not just circling the wagon, but people actively trying to shut others down. There was one other narrative too that came up. This is the first. This is the admission one, and then we'll get into the hit piece. So this is the admission. This, like I said, this is how you get sued, and I imagine there will be lawsuits because people are, you know, again, you're aiming at businesses. You can call YouTubers, people, whatever, but they're businesses, and yeah, they're being accused of mass exploitation, trafficking, crazy shit. 2012, thanks for the two. I think misprint, it was not 120K. It was 1.20000. Okay. I'll have to check there. Oh, Meredith, thanks for the 5. Eliza changes her story again as Candace Owens is about to post an over 30-minute video roasting her. Yes, I saw that came up too. I thought I might do a video on that. It's not a good look as the story gains traction. See, that's the thing. Like here's a question, and props to Candace Owens for covering the story there. Every time a story like this comes up, you have people that fall during this stuff. You lose dozens and dozens of accounts. Again, you see the exact same narrative, whether it's a herd, which we all agreed was bad. Well, actually, we didn't agree at the beginning. I heard fucking for a year solid. Oh my God, that's just bullying. You know, it's monster. And then people saw what it really was. And they're like, oh yeah, maybe that wasn't. But you know, to get that story out, 200 people, Twitter was approached to dox 200 people. Now, Twitter stood up at that time. Old Twitter did. Crazy enough. They were like, no, I'm not going to put out the information of 200 people. I'm not going to give you access. They wanted access to where you sign in. To prove you're not a bot, they wanted your home addresses, essentially, and any place you've ever signed in from, plus everything that's ever happened with Twitter. You could see how easily that could be exploited. And what happens the next time when it does? When Twitter will make the moves that they have, what's to say that they won't go farther? What's to say they won't decide, hey, you know, a new Twitter setup, what's to say they'll stand with you this time? Because they certainly didn't stand with you. They changed the rules there. And again, that's censoring, and that's changing the narrative in the middle of it. It's nuts. Stacy D, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, by the way. Thank you for that. It's been crazy. But she came out and admitted, I mean, listen to this. So World Star, Google, YouTube, and Twitter have removed the World Star video. They removed the video a while ago. Post whatever, a while ago, by the way. You know, it's been a whole whopping, 2 weeks when it was removed. And again, that's been used to try to scrub the entire internet from it. The way it was removed off of YouTube was through privacy complaint, which privacy complaint is not a legal document. You know, I showed that in the video today, but I've shown it in the live streams too. There is no There is no legal claim in that. In fact, she admits there's no legal claim. I think I may do that video tomorrow because she lied about suing people. I mean, she admitted to it. That's another thing, you know, even in puff pieces, you lock pieces of a story in and they tell you that something's wrong. And again, like I said, this kind of stuff, it matters on a broad spectrum. People are trying to narrow it too and say it's just a censorship thing. Fuck no, man. It's two things here. Again, there is a massive problem about false accusations, and there's also a massive problem with people using that badge, the badge of survivor, when it's not a badge. They've turned it into one. Again, a clout badge, and that is a fucked up thing to do. It would have never become even questioning that portion of it, though, and locking in that narrative were it not for the censorship thing. So there are two components to this thing. People are being browbeaten into leaving out the second one. No. I'm not questioning. I am questioning. I very much am. Because again, in the hit pieces, when somebody tells you, hey, you did a $150,000 video where you say you took that, well, I was just drunk and high then. You have to leave out portions of what I say, my own words and stuff. You have to let me rewrite everything I say. Then it'll work. That's a problem, man. That is a real problem, in my opinion. Justin Moore, thanks for the 5. I pissed off the whole internet and didn't realize that it would bite me in the ass. Who knew that networking was so effective? Villain lies. Indeed. Indeed. Heather, too. Thanks for the 5. Okay, 5th try. She wants to flap her parts in those videos. Yeah, you know, like nobody had a problem with the video itself. What people were asking about is how does this fit into the narrative of being trafficked? That was the question. And again, Brittany Vinny was the first one to get hit for it. And she was very nice about the question. She said, you know, or were you coerced? What exactly are you saying here? You don't have to like anybody that's part of that either. You don't have to like or agree with anyone asking questions, but they should be allowed to ask a question. And it could have been easily ignored. But instead, you had Twitter misuse. They hit them. Then she threatens a lawsuit. I'm going to sue you. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to chest pound during this. Quartering gets hit because he's like, sue me too. And then people start falling. Then they start falling not just because of that link. See, it's also the narrative is being confined to the link in the pictures associated with that one world star. And that's not true. There were people, again, banned for jokes. They were banned for saying something about her hair. Again, you're not obligated to nicety. And people who would make the same joke about anyone else, they wouldn't have a problem, but got banned. Then you had Twitter, trust and safety, circle the wagon. Again, it's a huge issue. Then it went on to YouTube. Dozens of people fall on the sword last night. So this is a brand new problem. I mean, the privacy complaints were filed. Now, many of us had them. I had one filed against me. Now, I guess I beat mine. Because, but what happens when the next wave comes or the next wave comes? People have made it clear who will stand and who won't with that idea. And again, we're being told that isn't newsworthy. The town square that we are shopped, the biggest place for people to have their supposed speech, the one that you're being told you can speak on, people are getting shut down on, but that's not big enough. YouTube. I mean, if the situation were reversed, there would be a lot of people that would care about this issue. They would scream it from the heavens, but it doesn't matter because it locks in something again. And it's not just that I want to ignore it. Oh, they want to talk about it, but they want to tell people, fuck you. It's a psyop and everything else. It's crazy. It's crazy. And they're saying, again, remember, at first they were telling you it's a psyop because it benefits Eliza Bleu. That's part of the op, bro. Now it's a psyop to destroy her. Wait, what? You see what I mean? Like, it's fucked up. It changes every day. So if people want to look at that and they want to say, oh man, drama, that's your prerogative. But man, I mean, what matters then? What fucking matters? World Star, though, Google, they took it down. a while ago. Post whatever negative words, pictures, questions, memes of me that you want. I don't care. I prefer folks not to post sexual imagery of me, to be honest, including nude, partially nude. So again, the video now has been turned into sexually suggestive material that you're posting non-consensually. So rap video portions, where does that stop? I mean, where does that stop? 2012, thanks for 5. Trying to redefine a horrible crime into something watered down. Human trafficking is not a 9 to 5 thing to come in and out of. It makes my blood boil. Indeed. You know, I'm telling you, anybody that thinks these are not issues that matter, they should sit across a fucking table with people, with kids especially, and listen to their horrible stories about that. You know, like I said, coming out of the mental health fear, yeah, you get, I mean, some of the stuff, I can't even. Some of these things are so damaging that therapists carry other therapists because of secondhand associated trauma. That doesn't remove anything from the people that experience it. That's just telling you how horrible this shit is. So for somebody to come in and water down and redefine everything, that is messed up. That is beyond messed up. And it's become a war to try to stop this from happening. It's become a war. Sin mine, thanks for the 5. This isn't all Blue. Who's behind all of this, who's backing her on this, is really starting to get my attention. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a circling of the wagons, and I don't know if it's embarrassment. I'm not sure exactly what supposedly is making people circle the wagons. But so anyway, I'm going to read this all through, and then we're going to hit that article, okay? Because it's fucking probably wordy. I read a little bit of it, and I was like, I'm going to read this live. I try to have a rule of, don't read this shit on my free time. Read it together. That way I read it one time. But I was like, okay, well, I was curious because I wanted to see, does it double down on the narrative? And of course it does. So she says she hasn't asked for censorship of words, etc. So she's telling you she's asked for censorship of specific things, but not words and stuff. Okay. Any screenshot or repost of the World Star video specifically can get you an account into trouble on multiple platforms. Those aren't my rules. It's not a threat. I'm just letting you know. And why? Okay, well, again, she's misrepresenting what these things are. These have legal consequences when you do stuff like this. Because again, she has approached platforms, misrepresented what exactly is transpiring, making sure to harm businesses in the process. And while telling you, yeah, she's the need behind this stuff. She's making it very clear. And remember, Twitter doubled down on the idea that this was all based on litigation. And the litigation association, it's not been proven in any way, shape, or form. She keeps referring to, well, there's somebody out there that's being sued. Okay, but that doesn't have anything to even do with the World Star hip hop video. It's an active, if you're bringing a claim against someone, I can accuse anyone of anything. And yeah, again, the whole thing boils down to one person asked a question. But hey, I don't understand why folks would want to post sexualized imagery of me. There was no reason to post nude, partially nude, or sexually suggestive imagery of me. So she just went from that World Star video to changing the narrative. It changes in 2 posts right there. I'm a 41-year-old professional woman now with a career. I'm a survivor of human trafficking and a survivor advocate. So, advocate as a shield for anything consequences. I'm not particularly sure what it is about my body that folks want to see so badly. This stunt didn't prove I'm not a survivor of human trafficking. I'm a survivor of human trafficking. I'm grateful for the woman I've become. Also, I feel so digitally sexually exploited. So she refined that today and said, yes, indeed, you are her you are trafficking her. You're sexually exploiting her. You are. Brittany Venti is. Chrissy Mayer. That Star Wars girl, Yellow Flag. I mean, Camelot 331. All these people that have been hit with this, Defango, freaking Bluey Na. I mean, we could just keep going on and on. Fair and Balanced, anybody. They're all traffickers now. You've become traffickers in a story. Anita, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, by the way. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. 2012, thanks for buying medical laws, 20-year lobbyist, 10-year lawyer. To think that they have the gall to say, I can't read. I was close to for comfort. Yeah, it's just, this is a game. This is a game. So anyway, you have all of that come together, and then you have part 3 drop. Part 3 of a story that I personally was surprised that this came out. Just to be honest, I did not think that this would actually drop. I didn't think they'd have the stones to do this after everything else that has happened, after all the damage control. And it was damaging. It was very damaging. You could tell, like Tim is feeling the damage from this. He's feeling it right now. And like I said, I'm not telling people what to do with channel or anything. I'm commenting on something. I'm commenting on the fact that these people called you blood-sucking fucking leeches. They called you a cancer. Their words. They called you a fucking cancer. And it's like, man, why don't we hold hands and sing Kumbaya? It's all good, man. It's all gravy, baby. It's not his words. It's not his website. Oh, wait. It is his website. I just don't understand that. Like, it flip-flops. Every 10 hours, it flip-flops. But, I mean, being called a cancer, again, we have encountered a group of leeches here that suck at the skin of the machine. They can't comprehend the full scope of, because they're so lost in their own narcissism. And perhaps worse, they are conscious of a symbiosis between them and the destructive orgy, carrying torches and pitchforks and masquerading through the internet or perpetual trauma machine. These people are digital cannibals. They care more about their names getting lumped into stories the same way tumors grow on the body. You're a tumor, baby. You worship fame. Yeah. Now you got to double down on that. Again, though, just be happy. Because if you talk about it, it's a drama. It's like, what the fuck? Hey, Steve McCoy, thanks for the 10. And the number 10 as well. That's funny. Hey, 2012, thanks for the 10. Being a survivor is not a career. If you can make a career out of doing things, if you can make a career out of going out and advocating for other people, do you. It's not about the advocacy portion at all. Doing good works. Although there is the question of if someone would lie to you about something as heinous as the survivor portion, what does it say about the other portion? Shouldn't you at least have some kind of, again, they've told you now, of course, they don't make any money. They're not for profit. Okay, well, what companies are? Because not profits still operate with a budget, and the money comes from somewhere. So what happens with that? Savage Wolf, thanks for 5. Do therapists have a time limit to help kids because of that issue? Seems like it would take a massive toll. Typically, it depends on insurance, actually. The insurance decides how good care you get. For myself, almost all the time now, you'll take other people, but typically, like if a kid comes in with something like that, they need a trauma-focused therapist. They can get sent out and they can get better help. Something that, you have somebody that specializes in that. Unfortunately, the poorest among us, they don't have that. So they get a catch-all. Like I've worked as a catch-all. Okay? And in that, if you're working with state insurance, the state is not happy to pay. They get really mad when you're like, yeah, I need 45 minutes in a session. Oh, I need a session every day. Oh, you won't give me that? Can I have it every other day? Oh, can I have 2 a week? Again, yeah. So you're hamstrung by insurance, and even good insurance will cut down on the amount of times that somebody's there. That's one of the unspoken horrors that you see in this cycle, because insurance ultimately decides how care is given. You have people that have no qualification on that whatsoever. They always decide. So they override the people that are the professional on it. They override them because of cost. And the cost, especially with kids, they've gotten a lot of shit for that. Like in Tennessee, they got a lot of shit for they stepped into ADHD, for example. They were like, well, we need to cut costs on ADHD kids. And one of those was old medication that may stabilize and work. Well, we want newer, cheaper medications. The problem is when you take someone off medication, you start over and maybe it won't work. And they caught shit and they had to stop it. But they tried. They tried. The state insurers too. They all got together and they tried. So yeah, I mean, it's a mess. It's its own subject. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to read this. I have to prepare myself. All right. Heather Bleu, thanks for the vibe. She did all of it. Try for fame. Now she's infamous for something truly heinous. It makes my blood boil. She should go flapping into that good night. This chick is a new Amber Heard, people say. That's why I keep calling her the associations. We had a problem with it when it was Amber Heard. Why do some people not have a problem with it now? I don't understand. Is it because of, again, the people who are saying, oh, they're trying to redefine it? There's always this attempt to redefine the damages people do. She got to define that for a decade plus. Actually, at least over a decade, actually, because we're talking about all the way back into My Chemical Romance. We're talking about 2006, 2007. She's been defining this thing for a long time. The problem was that the thing that she is now at 41, she didn't want to be then. So when she was setting her tale, it's like this, a very simplistic tale, a lie. If you tell a simplistic lie, it's hard to define. It doesn't have edges. So those undefined edges, you can't really call out. But when somebody starts defining the box in which that lays, when you have that definition, she defined the box herself. It's just that people never bothered to look, because it tells you this is also a story of people want there to be good. They want advocacy. They want this. But every time this happens, it hurts it. And it's got to stop happening. You make examples out of people with that. You define what they are and what they did. And you make sure that the world knows. I mean, again, I don't know how to make that any clearer. Thanks for the 2 months. You have a great community. Yeah, everybody's great here too. I mean, and again, you don't have to agree with me. When I talk about this, the one difference here versus other places, you can have an opinion. I mean, if you don't like the face of something, that's okay. You are a channel. That's what a lot of people forget. You are a channel. You make it up. So Justin, thanks for the vibe. A message from the grave. I literally wrote a book all about this. It was meant as a warning, not a manual. George Orwell. Indeed. Indeed. I'm going to move. Okay, here we go. So you ready? You ready for this? I know there's a couple of super chats there, but let's start it. Let's do it. Are you ready? I will hit every super chat, by the way. We'll go back into the thing and hit them. So Cashman, Eliza Bleu, and the Perpetual Trauma Machine, Part 3. How to survive a psyop and a puff piece. A psyop now. There are people in this world who would destroy you for fame, cash, or chaos. Sometimes some people seek your destruction because they think you deserve it. Other times the hate is fueled by ignorance. We've seen this situation play out multiple times before. I believe this whole Eliza Bleu controversy was a psychological operation. It was a psyop. So again, you're told. Like it defines it's not even, they've already decided from go where this stands. They've already decided that Eliza Bleu was in the right, which they made very clear. They just dropped the facade in Part 2. They just totally dropped it. And again, I know people keep telling me, this is Shane Cashman and stuff. It's advertising every other fucking piece of the channel and everything else. It's on TimCast.com. Again, If my website started blasting this shit, I shut it down. I shut this shit down because that's fucked up. If it wasn't my opinion, I mean, if it was my opinion, I'd let it roll. But this isn't having, this is warring on people, you know? 200 what? Thanks for 5. Is it true that TimCast will be hosted by Mundane Matt? Oh, that's low. That's mean. Justin Mark, thanks for 5. ADD, an excuse to put kids on pharmaceutical amphetamines. Here's the thing. If you've ever seen a child with actual ADD and ADHD are heavily overdiagnosed. But if you've ever seen a kid that has had issues like that, if you've ever sat in a room with that issue on display, you can see it. There's a difference between people improperly diagnosing kids because parents don't want to deal with them and kids with issues. And there are a lot of fucking horrible mental health professionals. They're terrible. They do whatever a person walks through the door and does. They skip all the diagnostic format criteria. They some of them don't know how to diagnose. And it does become a machine. But at that, yes, those things exist. You see them. You sit down in a room and you see it. And you see when medication works versus when medication isn't properly applied to the wrong subset. I mean, you can see it. Stoke, thank you for the Tuggernauts too, man. Thank you for that. I mean, you can see it. So, you know, I see people that say that, and I don't think you're wrong in the misdiagnosis portion, that where that becomes a pharmaceutical machine. But it's wrong to say it doesn't exist because it very much does. And when properly applied, it works. It works. Okay. But anyway, that's off topic there, but it's a good conversation, I think, to have. Hilton, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs, by the way. Thank you. Okay. So this is called a psych operation, a coordinated hit job, orchestrated hate, and then everyone bought into it. The psyop grew so loud that it was the only thing people could hear. And I'm disappointed in everyone who fell for it. I'm disappointed in you, man. Shane, you know what? I feel like if Shane Cashman is waving his finger at me, I'm okay. I'm very much okay. I don't respect the way most people handle it, but I believe in redemption. That discussion right there, we haven't even gotten to the redemption phase, because the redemption phase of something, he's talking about you and I having redemption, by the way. He's not talking about Eliza Bleu and redemption. He's talking about you and I. He's going to forgive us. He can keep that shit. He can bottle that shit up. He can put it in his fucking rage pill, that shit. I don't care. That's ridiculous. And on the other side of it, we haven't even gotten to the redemption portion because there's no acknowledgement of wrongdoing. So yeah, he believes in your redemption, though. This shouldn't negate the real conversation. I enjoy about censorship and the tech elites bubble. This is mostly directed at the targeted harassment that was disguised as some kind of Twitter heroism. So again, you know, he's defining the edges where he gets to redefine what's transpiring. Oh, the harassment. Yeah. So how do you differentiate between the banning of dozens and dozens of accounts, Twitter heroism, as it were, and quote unquote harassment? How are those edges defined? I believe this entire smear campaign was manufactured, and it grew into something organic because a lot of real people interacted with so many bots. They don't read things fully, don't go beyond the clickbait, that it's nearly impossible to tell them apart. Look at how, by the time this story wormed its way up to some of the most well-known political commentators, they were thinking Eliza was a genuine employee at Twitter. Who? Well, which political commentator is that? And is it my fault that you fucking political heads cannot research a story? Is that my fault? I have cataloged everything that's come along. I've taken great detail to catalog everything that has come along. I've made a couple of videos here and there, but I typically do not keep live streams up. I've kept up every live stream. Like I said, I've cataloged this thing in depth as it has moved forward. And it is not my fault if these people do not do a modicum of research and they think fucking Eliza Bleu is part of Twitter hierarchy. But at that time, I didn't see that. I don't even know who the fuck that's supposed to be. I think that's just misleading because, a really interesting part of this, political commentators, most of them shut the fuck up on this. Most of them wouldn't touch it. I mean, they've avoided it for weeks. So to say that they've been going in here doing misrepresentation and more says that they're commenting on it. And I missed that chapter of this, Justin, Mark, thanks for the fun there. There is a truth also to that, but that also push it on Gina's children. State is part of the problem too. Thanks for touching on it. Oh yeah, that is a conversation in of itself. Mental health and the state of mental health is a conversation now we could have a really good conversation off of. We can too. Tim, thanks for the 5. Don't you think World Star has to sue her? Otherwise, anyone in their video can come back later because they don't like it and get it removed. They fucked up. Yeah, they fucked up. Somebody mentioned Nate the Lawyer. I've got it listed too. Nate the Lawyer is actually going forward with the Chris Bouzy stuff, and we will hit that. I want to make sure people understand that. He has a GoFundMe up. He's suing that guy. That guy is... when you talk about a guy running a bot farm and people that do that kind of stuff for real, oh yeah, there's people who do that. They're bully for hire companies. So they do exist. But to say that this is that, fuck that noise. But it's maddening having to watch a story mutate like this. But we grow up talking about the game of telephone for a reason. As much as everyone crying about how Eliza's situation was a case for gatekeeping on podcasts, as much as they ridiculed show hosts for not properly vetting their guests, these very same people hadn't vetted the one person that started the entire controversy. Or maybe they did, and they all worked together. Maybe we'll know one day. So Eliza Bleu, you should have had her on the show. Eliza Bleu wasn't going to comment on that shit, but we did vet her. We vetted her with her own words. The thing is that she didn't realize that she didn't realize that those crumbs that were left behind years ago actually tell the story much better than she does. See, her own words, it's just like in many other cases. If you were to put together an actual case, do people oftentimes admit to the heinous shit they do? No, you go out, you find the evidence of something, you put it all together. Now, there are things that speak to the character of the person that may or may not mean anything, but her own words defining the World Star thing, defining the idea of consent or not, and then going in again, he asked questions that he flagrantly ignored. He asked them, she gave the stupidest excuses, and he didn't follow up because he had already made up his mind. That's not journalism. That is confirmation bias. I see it all the time in testing, I used to see it. I used to teach statistics to undergrads. I would work first as an assistant. Then I worked as a graduate assistant, and for a hot minute, I worked. I thought I would go into teaching sphere, and then I was like, "Nah, I don't want this. This is horrible," because you appease ego. But you would see confirmation bias on display over and over again. You see it at the highest levels too. You see people go in instead of trying to write something. You see it especially in the political sphere these days. When people are writing articles, you see it. But this has confirmation bias written all over it. And it ignores the issue that came up. Oh, well, the censorship thing. Well, let's just brush right over that. And let's go to something else. They haven't really even brought that up and talked about how that's a fucked up issue and how that needs to be addressed. This has been a puff piece. And they know it. That's why they put puff piece at the beginning, because they got to deflect away from that. In the wake of the Twitter suspensions connected to World Hip Hop Video, a lot of YouTube commentators started saying that the podcast should vet. You should vet. I would suggest, with your information, the people you're willing to pal around with as you mock someone's downfall. Recording the downfall of people. Oh, yeah. You think that people are obligated to nicety. See, this pisses me off too. Well, you didn't say it nice enough. Therefore, there's always a way to move the goalpost. You weren't nice enough. You said naughty words. You know, what the fuck, dude? This all started with the man we'll call the gang stalker. The gang stalker runs in a circle that's been accused of controlling hundreds, if not thousands, of bogus Twitter accounts, buying black SUVs, and parking outside people's homes to intimidate or even injecting something into someone who would wake up weeks later with a piece of their minds missing. This could also be lore they created themselves to make them sound bigger, scarier than they really are. But I have seen photos of one man in particular whom they stalked online and drove into a mental institute. What the fuck is this about? Who is the gang stalker? Who is this? Somebody tell me who this is. Somebody tell me what this shit is about. Like, what is the gang stalker? This is some crazy conspiratorial shit. Like, what is this here? God. Hey, K-Rap, thanks for the 50 there. My daughter was diagnosed with ADHD at 6.5 and started a blind trial for meds. For the first time in her life, she sat down to eat her dinner. She was finally able to learn to read. By college, she was off meds and now in her 30s and very successful. That is the perfect application of medication, diagnosis, and everything right there. That is perfect. And you've seen it yourself. I'm reading Gang Stalker's a new rapper. Hey, thank you for that, K-Rab, for sure. Thank you for sharing that. I do very much appreciate that. I'm looking just to see if anybody has does anybody have any idea? At first I thought, is that the quartering? And then I was like, I've heard some crazy shit about the quartering, you know, crazy like conspiracy theories, but I've never heard black SUVs injecting people in the night. I mean, the gang stalker. All right. Serious. I'm a professional. That's my mantra. If I need to get back on, I'm a professional. Oh, shit. They drove him into a mental institution. When people say they don't want to talk about this, you should understand why. These are not good people. The gang stalker says he works for money. He says he works for fame, but I think he mostly wants chaos amongst the independent media landscape. This man put a lot of effort into making sure everyone knows who he is, and I will not add to his status. So he's not going to tell us. Mr. Journalist here isn't going to tell us who the gang stalker is. So I said Defango. I mean, are they calling Defango? Are they really calling Defango the gang stalker? Is this really supposed to be Defango lore? Oh my God, dude. If they're talking about Defango and they put that out there, holy shit, welcome to getting sued. I would sue the fuck out of you if you attach me to something like this. I would sue your ass into oblivion because that is messed up. Actually, you know what? I would start calling my channel, That Umbrella Gang Stalker. I'd be like, what the shit? I don't know who that's supposed to be. I'm not saying that, though. I'm not saying that is. I'm just like, who? Oh, my God. That Umbrella Gang Stalker. He'll creep in his black van and inject it and make you go insane. Oh, shit. It's hurting me inside. Okay. Professional, remember? Professional. He could very well be reading this out loud on a live stream. He's talking about me. As we speak with the condescending tone he uses for my stories, I respect the work ethic. Dude live streams all the time and supposedly works at a casino or Uber Eats. Okay, well, that's not me. Who supposedly works at a casino or Uber Eats? That defines it a little bit more. Who are we talking about? Sorry, just give me a second. I'm professional. Oh shit, it's killing me, man. This stuff is killing me. Oh my God. It just hit me as really funny all of a sudden. That's the problem with doing this live. Like only reading it the first time. I didn't get to this part. Oh my God, it's killing me. Mark, thanks for the 5. Did we get a gang stalker card with the cloud goblin? Oh my God, I need a gang stalker card. I'm gonna make a card deck out of this. I got a cloud goblin. I need a gang stalker card. Oh my God, that is the best idea ever. He knows when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. Eliza Bleu. Eliza Bleu. She's got the gang stalker coming after her. He eats it. He works at Uber Eats too. Oh shit, man. It's magic. If you know the man that started the thread that threw Eliza's timeline into question, then you know his name. Holy shit, this is him. Oh my God. That's DeFango. Oh my fucking God. Holy God. Oh, you know how crazy that sounds. You know how crazy that sounds. I hope you have fucking, oh, I hope that, I hope that you're ready for a lawsuit with that, man. He may sue your ass. Oh, Lucas, thanks for 5. It should be noted that when you Google Shane Cashman, the first thing it says under his name is fiction writer. I like how he put gonzo journalist. You know, he thinks he's like a low rent Hunter S. Thompson, I guess. I'm not really sure. I like Hunter S. Thompson, by the way. I like the gonzo journalist. They tried to change things. This is low rent fucking. This isn't even journalism, man. This is fan fiction. Rabbit, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships too. Thank you. I'm catching my breath for a second. I'm sorry, but I've got to for a second. It's killing me inside. Eliza Bleu. All right, stop. I gotta stop. Liz D, thanks for the 25 there for the laugh. Well, thank you. It's killing me. And Bluey on, thanks for doing. I'm confused. Should I double down on his hand or order an extra burrito? Please confirm, Shane. Yes, exactly. The Rebel Bird says it good. This is low rent word salad again. I find his tactics incredibly dangerous, dubiously illegal, and absolutely sinister. You know, people said that I was internationally wanted at one time. Like I have a hate video. They've accused me some horrible shit. You know, like the Amber Heard Sims. They said I was a pedophile. And I was like, I can't be a pedophile and work in mental health, right? Well, you don't work in mental health anymore. Why don't you dox yourself and prove it? I was like, you assholes, you're the same people who doxed that I was in mental health. Well, you got fired. I was like, what? What does that even mean? So, just grabbing that stuff up and pretending that actually proved this shit. Write your gang stalker article. I'd love to read that one. I'd have DeFango on. He could talk about it, But I mean, people make up shit. I was accused of being an internationally known criminal. For real, there's a Comic Hut is a channel. It accused me of that. Also said that I wasn't allowed to own guns, so I was going to go to prison because I have firearms. I mean, it's just the weirdest shit I've ever heard. Some of it's funny. Some of it is very much damaging and defaming, and are attempting to. I mean, that's just what these people do. So for him to gather up this stuff he didn't put anything together on that. He's just like, I heard. You know what I heard? I heard this. Well, you better fucking prove that stuff, dude. Because this is a hit piece. This is under the TimCast umbrella. This is how Tim gets sued. Because Shane wrote it. Sure. But who hosts it? Whose face is platformed right there? Who gets this traction? Because Shane doesn't get this. Nobody cares about Shane. Okay. I care about it in the point that I want to see the deflection and how this is organized deflection, but nobody really tuned into Shane. They were tuning in to see what TimCast did. That's the name that's attached there. So if Tim has a problem with this, whoa, buddy. But if Tim believes this, then he needs to do they need to flesh that out. They just don't need to be, I heard it through the grapevine. I'm not bringing up their name, but you don't have to bring up a name. As we saw from the Depp litigation, you can very much say, well, I didn't say their name. It doesn't fucking matter. You let everyone know who you were talking about. The inference there that you're meeting this legal standard. You can let a jury decide, but holy shit, this is how you get sued. This is also how you lose lawsuits, just to say. But I find his tactics to be incredibly dangerous, dubious. I see anyone in his surroundings as a threat and worthy of total distrust. Oh man, because DeFango brought up this stuff and made people look down a rabbit hole. Everybody, too. Well, all of you, guilt by association. So Tim himself is trying to distance himself somewhat from Shane Cashman while again hosting shit like this. But at the same time, he's like, no guilt by association. But at the same time, you're guilty by association, baby. Amazing standards. I like it. I love standards that have no standards at all. Oh, this is a great super chat. Stacy D, thanks for the 5. What happens if you say gang stalker 3 times in dark in front of a mirror? Gang stalker. There will be a black van pull up. It's going to throw me in. It's going to inject me. I'm going to go crazy. But don't worry. It didn't take an injection to make me go crazy. I just read enough of this dumb shit and it made me go nuts. I see anyone distrust. Perhaps he's a troll, but I think it's much darker than that. Dun dun dun. I think everyone should be wary of the way he does business. He does not do it alone. He does not operate in the shadows. He is vocal about his services. The gang stalker was affiliated with a now supposedly defunct company called Shadowbox. Shadow B-Box. Yo, testing my mic. Their website stated. And we have, again, here's the Shadowbox thing that is being shared around to prove that you're all part of a psyop, that you're all idiots and misled, because DeFango is apparently the leader of a giant psyop. Here's TimCast. This is the Shadowbox company again. Look, man, we have that there. Oh my God. Like somebody, here, comment. And to call me a conspiracy theorist, Jesus, Evan Grimes and Mary Magdalene. Journalistic integrity is alive and well. Yeah, it's alive and well. That's a God. I mean, this is nuts, though. This is nuts. I'm not saying there aren't companies that go out there and do damage control. Here's the thing, anyway, like being serious for one moment. This undermines the whole idea that people didn't just look at her own words. You didn't have to look at you didn't have to look at DeFango's thread. They want to eliminate DeFango out of the conversation. Okay, here. I'm going to remove DeFango out of the conversation. How exactly do Eliza Blue's own words about her own timeline in that? Her own fucking timeline. How do they work into that? How does that become some kind of psyop? And remember, nobody cared what DeFango said at the beginning. In fact, many a person attacked him relentlessly over Eliza Bleu until the banning started. When the banning started, that's when people were like, yo, look at this thread here. And they started looking into that. They started talking about the times where she was Eliza Cuts, because that was documenting that time. And the whole point in what he was saying there, and he actually has a very good point in this, was how does this fit into the timeline? If she's doing this and she's being trafficked, how do those two things, how do they work in the same spaces? How do you record your everyday living? How do you record all of that and you're still being trafficked at the same time? Like, how are you running around free? Again, it doesn't work. And that brought people to an ultimate question of, who is this person? Again, so if he wants to remove DeFango from the conversation, DeFango, when I say that, I'm not giving any shot at DeFango any kind of credibility without something to back that up. I have been, again, in the crosshairs many times from people who didn't like me, and they have said some horrible shit. This kind of stuff, Taylor Lorenz did this to me. In fact, I don't see the difference sometimes between Cashman. That last article, I didn't see the difference between what Taylor Lorenz. She actually didn't. At least Taylor Lorenz tried to keep the damage she was trying to do hidden under a point. He didn't even bother to do that. She pretended that she had a point. But yeah, that if I changed the author, if I told you, hey, this is a Taylor Lorenz piece, how would you have taken this? That's the question I keep having for people. If Taylor Lorenz did this, would you see a problem with it? Would you ask for something, or would you see this as damage, trying to undo a narrative? So what does that change? Do you think that, because I have no trust in modern day, quote unquote, journalistic integrity. In fact, I don't ask you to believe anything I say. I don't ask you in any way, shape, or form when we're talking to this. Do your own research. But I try to catalog as much as I can. And could there be bits and pieces that people throw out there that could be off narrative or anything else? Yes. People throw everything in the kitchen sink in there when they're looking at something. That's you go through everything available. You look at it, and then you decide what is or isn't applicable to a situation. So people will bring up everything. They will speculate. And that especially is true if somebody leaves you open. If somebody doesn't define why something's happened, then people do speculate, and speculation can get wild, but you sift through it. It's like sifting for gold, man. You take everything, you put it in a fucking pan, you sift it out, but you need to provide all of the pieces for people. You don't just need to provide what you think is a narrative and say, okay, XXXYZ, you provide. That's why the live streams, it's the same thing that I try to do with Vic Mignano or Herd or anything that I've gone through. I try to provide enough information that's out there that you decide what's important, you decide what's relevant, but the main pieces in that are Eliza Blue's own words. And DeFango put together her own words in association from that time period and said, yeah, this is how it is. And he's being called a liberal psyop. Like I've heard that before. I heard it from someone else, and I was like, "Where is that coming from? Is he a liberal? I don't know. Does that matter? Like people. I don't. I've seen a lot of conservative talking heads lately telling me that I need to toe the party line. Essentially, that's the overlapping message when it's stuff like this. And I'm like, I'm not part of your party. I'm not part of anybody's party. If I vote a certain way, that doesn't mean I'm part of your club. If I do or don't vote that way, that's not your fucking business. I personally think the whole system needs to burn down. That's my fucking take on it. So having people assume that when I talk about free speech, that I'm part of their club and I can be told to toe the party line or to lockstep a certain way, fuck all that noise, man. And to tell me that anyone that talks about it, I heard the same thing about people. That's one of the poisons in any of this stuff that we do. You have political division, and it's always sown by the people that want to make it fall apart. With the Depp stuff, Depp was a liberal, and it was brought up all the time that, this is a problem, that's a problem. It's like, no, that's not the point. The point is, if you have a standard, if you have something that matters, if it's free speech, if you have problems with censorship and more, it doesn't matter who's bringing that issue up. Ultimately, you investigate that issue and you come to some conclusion about it. I don't know how to make that any clearer either. Oh, man. Ren, thanks for the 5. Did I see Eliza's tweet calling all men to come to her events? Very strange. Yes, she's weaponized men, especially on the conservative side. She's done this. I saw that before, thinking men. Like if you go through, if you do an advanced search on her account, if indeed the tweets still stand, I'm sure that those will. She'll talk about men a lot, talk about men defending her or men coming to her aid, and she'll thank them over and over again. And it didn't seem very sinister before, but it does now. It seemed like, wow, that's kind of, buddy. Thanks for 5. Your laugh when you try to hold it in is contagious. That's because, like, here's one thing that I will not do on here. If I'm irritated by something, you'll hear it. If I think it's funny, you'll hear it. I mean, I don't fake emotion. I try to be who I am, man. Ketchup, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. I'm catching a few people here real quick. Like I said, I got to catch my breath on this. This is so dumb. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, Tug, my theory is she appeared on all of these shows because someone paid them. Yeah, so she definitely had PR management. You could tell. So she would become a right-wing influencer. The PSYOP failed. It does seem like somebody was pushing her hard. Would everybody agree with that? I mean, she comes out of nowhere, out of the ether, as it were, and all of these giant shows just have her on out of the Eliza Bleu, out of the blue. 2012, thanks for the vibe. My speculation is Daily Wire was the one trying to build her up. I'm not surprised if she was trying to get that contract. Well, here's the question, though. How does Candace Owen fit into that? Because Candace Owen came out after her. And isn't Candace Owen part of the Daily Wire? I think the Daily Wire is pissed off at her personally because she took swings at the Daily Wire in this hit piece. Now, they may have helped build her up with some platform by talking about her, but she took shots at them. I mean, if you read, when they were trying to connect her name with something, she was like, no, I didn't want that. I didn't want that. They made them sound like they did something bad, and they led to all of this stuff. So, unless maybe I'm misreading that, but that's the way I took it. Stroke, thanks for 10. Singing Cruella DeVille tune. Oh, no. Eliza Bleu. If she doesn't cancel you, no grifter will. I can't do that. She's like a cloud goblin waiting to kill Eliza Bleu. I can't do that one there. Yeah. I'm reading overnight sensation. See, I'm reading people's comments real quick. I want to just make sure that, that's the way I took it there. And Justin, okay, we'll continue this after this one. It's easy to listen to a person that just holds a line, and you seem to. Tim, he swings left and right and wants a pity party. Like for me, again, I don't want you to vote a specific way. Like I distrust people with that motive. Now, I'm not saying that, you want to know one of my driving factors here. I believe that men get falsely accused, and it destroys men. And I hate that. I hate people that do that, and I hate people that grift off of the space that is meant for survivors. That is not just a men's issue. That is a women's issue too. But yes, that's what brings me to it. And you know what gets that? It's because words that are used, the words that Eliza Bleu is throwing around again and again, they mean something. That's something we lose in these discussions sometimes. These words mean something. When I see someone accused of being a pedophile, for example, I've worked with the kids that are damaged with that, and it bothers me. That's what got me. I used to just cover pop culture stuff. And then when I looked at the Vic Mignogna issue, I heard him called a pedophile. And I was like, what they were describing is that was a redefining of the word pedophile. They were redefining it to try to do damage. And I thought, that's kind of fucked up. So I wanted to look into that a little bit more. And the reason is, again, you can't pretend that you're doing advocacy while redefining what advocacy is. And I'm not saying adding on new terms in the social space. I'm talking about using it for damage for your enemies or the people that you want to accuse. That bothers me. So those are motivations for me. That's the kind of stuff that motivates me. Bills, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. And also 2012, thanks for vibe. Daily Wire first broke her story. Candace Owens did say, hope it's misunderstanding. It was not. And she wasted their money. No platform, no contract. I think people do want an advocate in those spaces. I very much do. I think it's advantageous to not be seen as the enemy of women, because that's been the push, which is ridiculous, by the way. Most people, again, there are extremes on both sides of the political spectrum. There's 2% extreme, I'm going to say, on both sides. And maybe there's more, but I'd say about a 2%. The rest of people, they'll hate anybody. You may have bias because of things that you've seen or whatever. You may get tired of seeing misandry online, or you hate for women online. You may get tired of it, and you may have had experiences socially that make you feel like, hey, I cannot trust people. And that's individual experience. But by and large, most of us are just grouped in, and the extremes are so loud that it makes it look like it's everyone else. But anyway, shadow box. So here's the definition of shadow box. Okay, I'm just gonna read this fast. All right, this is war. This is shadow box. Their definition. So you tell me if this is this thing. Shadow box is your army. We solve your problems and expose truth. We unleash a multifaceted strategic battle plan through integrated research, earn media, legal, digital chaos. When your enemies have lied to paint you as the bad guy, we sow the seeds of doubt and present the counter narrative that they are, in fact, the villains and you have been unjustly accused. We do this through sophisticated use of internet technology, meme creation, PR, cyber guerrilla tactics that stop the bleeding and begin to sway public opinion and the media in your favor. What do? Shadowbox designs crisis management, counterinsurgencies to debunk and hit back at malicious and defamatory online and media attacks on our clients. Our operation units effectively roust adversaries away from you, sending them to chase phantoms and renewing them exhausted and perplexed. So, Eliza, do you have any proof that this happened with Eliza Bleu? Or is this just, this is conjecture? This passes as journalism. In the same way that he asks questions of Eliza Bleu, this is how he passes off what happened. And again, this was the narrative that Tim Pool himself had adopted. It's just an op, bro. So if you think that was an endorsed statement, it was endorsed until yesterday when we're all friends and we need to play patty cake and sing Kumbaya around a fire. But give me a second here. Sound like a flamethrower. Unhealthy too. Oh man, these people drive you to. They're like, oh no, that umbrella guy, he's got the crack confirmed. No, he doesn't actually. I don't believe ruining Eliza was their main goal. I think they reverse engineered a chaos scenario. Maybe they wanted to discredit Elon Musk. Maybe they wanted to destroy Twitter, but I think it's most likely they wanted to destroy the landscape. So this has become about, this is the same thing they say the liberal media does. They make everything about Elon Musk. They've done the same thing here, the exact same thing. They've made this about something it's not. It's deflection. It's just crazy, Hey, Savage, thanks for mine. Can you please move your screen over Tim's face? His beanie's messing with your pickleness. Let me see. Let me look. I can make it smaller. I'm taller than you, Tim. I am anyway. I'm bigger than all of you. Sorry. No, it doesn't really move around though. It's set like that. Oh. Just 1 second. All right. So I have a theory based on what I've seen from Gang Stalker and the people he's practically brainwashed into a deception program. He's wicked smart. And I believe he sees everyone involved as chess pieces. He knows how everyone will react in certain situations. He studied you so he can destroy you. And he will profit off your corpse. This should disturb everyone, especially the ones who are so up in arms about who is or isn't grifting to whatever grift standards the grifters uphold. So that's Tim deflection right there. If you're up in arms about the grifters, baby, if you're talking about this stuff, that's deflection. Well, you need to look at this guy right here. They don't have any basis to say that a PR company was hired to do damage to Eliza, to Elon Musk or more. And Elon has done plenty of damage to himself. The idea that Twitter trust and safety did not come down hard on dozens of people is fucking insulting. Again, this isn't damage that some outside PR agency did. The people who are saying, man, fuck Elon on this, those people were hit themselves by standards that a company just put in to protect one person. They just came out of nowhere. They exist suddenly, and they didn't before. Now that's a problem. So to say that Twitter didn't do this or Elon didn't have a hand in wrecking himself in that manner, that's absurdity. That is absolute absurdity. This has the platforms that are, again, you could say, oh, well, and people do this a lot. They say, well, Tug, this is just a holdover from old Twitter. No, this is the new trust and safety head, the brand new trust and safety head. They have redefined the entire landscape to make sure that this thing is controlled. And they couldn't control it because it got too big. But they tried. They tried a lot. How many people got hit and told to shut the fuck up or you get banned? Now, they misread the situation too, because some of us just don't, here's the problem. I don't want to lose an account over something. I put a lot of time into accounts, but by God, there is a line on what you ignore and what you don't. And when people are getting banned, period, that's a problem. When my friends start getting banned, I mean, my actual friends get banned. Oh, holy shit. I won't back off ever. I'm the kind of person that doesn't like to back off anyway, because once you're right, I believe in, I don't believe in punch, but I believe in counterpunch. I believe in counterpunch. I don't believe in getting defensive again. I don't believe in falling on it, trying to defend yourself, because that strategy, that's the same strategy people use when they call you racist, sexist, phobe, or whatever the fuck. I mean, if you roll back on your feet and you try to defend, they have you in the perfect position. So, Laura, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, by the way. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. It's just so crazy. If there's any reason to lose an account, it's because you stand on your own principles. That's exactly right, Rose. I mean, like I said, I don't want to I put time in. These are my business. But, so many people tiptoe around horrible issues. And this issue is a very sensitive issue. These become very delicate. You see how people use that as clout armor, and it works. It works. And you may end up with a mob that tries to destroy your fucking life. That is the reality. When they talk about mobs and shit, yeah, seen those, had that, supersized it, been flagged by it. So when other people are dropping for it, recognize it. Been there, 12, thanks for doing Tug. Eliza is now white knighting Shane again. Oh my God, is she gone back? Oh, gotta look real quick. Hey, Sin, thanks for 5. This Defango sounds like can we get a Defango movie? Because this is gold, man. I might bring Defango. What do you think? Should I bring Defango on one day and we can ask him about his scary background? I'll bring on. Hey, Shane, want to come on? Want to tell you want to talk to Defango? I'll put it together. I got a big enough platform, I think. We got a big enough platform right here. I realize that I'm not uber. I'm not the uber freaking Tim Pool size, but I'll provide a more. The host is not going to protect his employees, because I'd love it. Gang stalker versus. What would we call Shane Cashman? It would be gang stalker versus something. How would we build that up? Hey, what's up, RG? Thanks for 5. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. In the cycle, if they take your eye, you take their head. Amen, brother. You know what? You defend your eyes and they're coming. Exactly. What's up, Raging Golden Eagle, by the way? Raging Golden Eagle is exactly right, too. Eye for an eye is not. That is injustice, because you still lose an eye at the end of the day. Yes, she is indeed. So she did. I missed that when I reloaded. So on this, we'll come back to it for a second. But look, Eliza Bleu's doing damage control for Shane, for this supposed journalist that is out here with integrity. Shane Cashman is a married man with small children. Their lives are all threatened if he did not publish a hit piece about me. He risked his life to say he believes me as a survivor and to expose the op against me. That's true bravery. He's one of the men she called on, I guess. To be clear, there have been multiple threats against TimCast employees. We haven't seen him publish the proof. You like publishing everything else. Hell, you didn't redact any information about Hotep Jesus. Just publish it, dude. I'll show you. You know what? We'll compare threats, okay? I have small children too. I'm not saying that's right in any way. Everybody gets some fucking nasty stuff, man. I show you emails that just, it's fucked up, the stuff that comes up in that. People also don't, people are not nice about, instead of saying, well, when I see comments when people don't agree, they're not like, oh, Tug, I disagree with you. Some people will be like, yo, Tug, I hope they pull the corpse of your kids out of a river. I've had comments like that. Now, is that a threat? It's not nice. It's pretty fucked up to say, but that's not a threat. I would post that online too. I'd be like, yo, look at this kind of shit. God, people will say things that they would not say in real life. So yeah, those things, I believe that's personally inappropriate. Personally, I do. I believe that's inappropriate. But here's the problem with free speech advocates too. Free speech is ugly. Free speech is unkind. Free speech is nasty sometimes too. Like a lot of free, here's the thing. Like I said, I have trouble with the idea of free speech absolutism because it gives pedos a voice and everything else. But at the same time, it tells me I would rather people tell me who they are, So you either like free speech or you don't. So free speech comes with a lot of shit. And if you don't like what's there, if it's damaging or defaming, fucking sue somebody. If it's lies, if people take that and they turn it into garbage or lies, sue them or expose them. Man, if people are telling me they're going to murder me and shit, I'm posting a lie. Fuck them. And if they're names that you like, double fuck them because I'm going to burn them to the ground for it. I absolutely would. And if you're like, well, they're doing it through sock accounts, well, you don't know who they are. I could associate it with people, which, you can tell sometimes who they're associated with, but I don't even have that. The only threat that we saw that was called a threat, which has now been backed off of. Remember, Jeremy Hambley's message to Tim was a threat until yesterday. Then it suddenly became not a threat. And remember, what was defined as a threat by Tim was, quote, this is quoted verbatim here. I'm looking at this now. Even though our viewers want war, I don't. That was one message. Then you have another sentence that comes in. And please tell me this dude took her task. That was a threat. Remember, he said, oh, I blocked him because he threatened me. So that passes as a threat for these folks. So 2012, they say, you boomer the comments are gold, y'all. Boomer comments is good times. Without boomerisms, I mean, what is it? Buddy, thanks for the line. People were called conspiracy theorists in 2020 election. We had way more evidence than whatever Shane Cashman just said about bots. Oh, am I botting? Give me a second. All right. Is my audio clearing? If it's not, I'll exit and come back in. It'll make it clear. There's not enough shit opened up, so it's good now. All right. It takes a minute. Sometimes it'll interrupt and do that. Sometimes it's opening stuff, but I don't have enough shit opened yet to mess my stuff up. I live in the podunk. When I'm making fun of the Eliza Bleu song, that's because I live in the country. I lived in a place like before that. You think this is bad? When I lived in this small town, like a tiny little town, it was beautiful. It was the most beautiful place ever. But unfortunately, they didn't really have internet anywhere. So what I had to do was get satellite internet, which was the worst fucking thing I've ever had. The speeds on that, I mean, we're talking like if I would have bought the new Harry Potter game, for example, like if something had, some of these have 50 to 70 gigs. If I did that, it would have taken me a month and a half to download it at the speeds that it came through. So it happens though. Apologies for that. It's just crazy. So anyway, okay, we got to do this. The gang stalker has also laughed about the way one associates who has used gang stalker tactics to drive two people to commit suicide. Remember, your readers, you must be vigilant not to open strange links for people pretending to be your friend. You must remain vigilant that you are not sharing too much personal information. with someone you think is an ally. The gang stalker will infiltrate your personal digital space, and then when he's ready, he will flood you with psychological attacks. He's saying he drove 2 people to suicide. Again, ooh, you better have some proof of that, baby. You better have some proof of that. So he just told us that he drove people to suicide. I mean, that's nuts there. That is absolutely nuts. I can't afford my own fiber connection. Yeah, I'd have to drop it myself. I'd have to drive it and drop it all the way to town. Could you imagine that? That'd be funny. Man, saying for real, though, saying somebody drove someone to suicide, God, man. The idea in that accusation. 2012, thanks to Tug. Read some of the responses to Eliza. I'll read through some of them in a minute then. Justin, thanks for doing. These are type of threats come from that camp. Yes, indeed. So, and I actually do agree with part of the idea. Don't assume people are your friends online. That is a rough lesson, period. You find a good friend online, man, you've done pretty well. Because people turn on you. They do. People turn on you over the dumbest shit. They absolutely do. You know, that's why I like being a freelancer out here. And if my friends, they get hit, I go to war for them because they have proven that they'll go to war for me. That's a standard that the way that I look at this, I look at there are many allies out there. You have a handful of friends, and you know the people who show up and make this thing work, like you folks. You're not viewers. Like when you the people that are in chats, a lot of times they will go to war for you too. They're like extended family, man. You would call somebody in the real world if some of this shit happened, you stood up. You call people something else. So when I talk about that, I'm talking about especially like people with microphones. They're just people, man. But in the internet, we break down all the safeguards that we have in society. We break them down. Like if I bring on a person and we goof off on a live stream, for example, when we're talking there, we've done what might take weeks or months to do in a physical space. So you break this stuff down and you trust. But to say that to associate that with one person, my God, you know. Z Swift thinks with 5 Eliza. And that's Tim talking about stepping down from TimCast, whether he's just saying that as a grift or not. Crazy how this is playing out. He's feeling the stress of it. I don't personally want him to quit. I don't care about TimCast. I just say if your rank and file are fucking you up this bad, get rid of them. And if you see this as a problem, like I don't buy into the idea that he didn't know what was happening. He knew, man. He had a writer embedded with it. He saw the tag. I mean, he'd been tagged in. He plays online a lot. He likes to play on Twitter and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. Have fun. It's part of his business model. But people were telling him all the time, yo, people are being banned. This is fucked up. This is happening. And it happened for weeks. The noise has been there for weeks. People were super chatting it to him and stuff. And it was misrepresented. He thought, hey, that'll be fine. Again, he brought the conversation to himself. So stepping down or anything like that, he keeps telling people it's terrible to be on top because people want to fuck you over. Yeah, that's true. Everybody wants to fuck you over. That's the mindset you get. You have to purge that. You have to not look at the negatives. If there's a valid point, you need to clean house. You need to clean house. But you're going to have detractors no matter what you do. I have channels. I'm not that size. I still have that. Again, I had God knows how many hit pieces put out. I'm also, I take a hard stance on men rights, women's rights with men rights. Again, I believe that they overlap, but I believe they're distinct too. I believe men face issues that women don't. Women definitely face issues that men don't. And we all have commonalities. I believe that those things They should be addressed. No, in this day and age, a simple statement like that will have people wanting to burn your life down. So he's in the political space. Yeah, people want to fuck you up for sure. Mr. Vine thinks again, why is Manuel DeFango the bad guy? Because his thread showed everyone the truth. Yeah, they're basically implying that if no one would have looked at DeFango's thread in the first place, everyone took his word and they put together a narrative. But no, people got banned. After that, they started looking back and they saw what DeFango had said. So whether or not DeFango, I don't know him, you know? Like, he's not been a douchebag to me or anything like that. He's been fine. I don't know anything about him from the past there. But to associate the idea, he said, because you share a space with this person, you're a monster. When I say that too, I'm not disassociating or anything like that. When I say that, I live stream I would live stream with a fucking, well, I probably wouldn't live stream with TimCast. I was going to say I would live stream with him, probably wouldn't actually, because he wouldn't enjoy sharing that space because he'd like be fucking rude to me and I'd blow up on him, I'm sure. So maybe I wouldn't, but people with, I will live stream with a lot of folks. That does not mean, I mean, since when have we gotten to, I thought their whole standard was we bring on all types of people. That was TimCast's own standard. We bring on everybody. You can't judge us by our people. But by the way, if you've interacted with this guy, you're a monster. But anyway, I've seen this happen to colleagues from the past few weeks, including myself. Of course, it's not all manufactured, but I'm positive a lot of it is. My theory, say there was a man who sold subscription to be part of his private club. This man talked about honesty, fatherhood, and masculinity. He earned a lot of points. His platform grew. He appears as a frequent guest on many popular podcasts. Are you talking about Jack Murphy? Oh, Jack Murphy? Huh, we're going to make this about Jack Murphy. This is a pleasant surprise. It would come to light that this man had what appeared to be a sordid past, if you want to call it that. Everyone found out the man had done porn in the past. Yep, Jack Murphy. Written articles about some strange sex practices, and suddenly explicit images of him began to circulate on the internet. When this happened, we saw a distinct fracture in the way YouTube personalities discussed this situation. The man in question was practically banished, pushed outside of our polite society. That's fucking absurd. What happened with Jack Murphy? Jack Murphy's own responses to it fed the chaos. It fed it. And people were finding out, again, he's telling you about how to be a manly man. It's just like, say, the Liver King. I don't know if people have been keeping up with that, but you have this guy that's out here. He's being class action sued because of this, by the way. But he's saying, if you live a specific way out in the wilderness and you eat a specific way and take my supplements, then you won't have a 6-pack. You'll have an 18-pack, baby. Your 6-pack will have 2 6-packs, Then when they turn out to be frauds and they fuck people out of money, people find out that this stuff is not real. They're like, what the shit? What the shit? They weren't what they said they were. And part of that, yes, part of people going down that rabbit hole laughing at stuff. I don't, like I said, I don't particularly care if someone has a past. When someone is saying, oh man, you got to be like this or you're a beta, and then you find out, that they do like cuckold pornography or something, that kind of goes off message, maybe. Just maybe. I'm just saying, so that's not a good, and that's a deflection, Hey, Bluey, thanks for 10. Latest focus group results came in. So Eliza is now tweeting about Shane and TimCast employee safety, a diabolical menace to society without question, weaponizing victimhood and safety like this. Indeed, indeed, it's crazy. The narrative is constantly shifting, and you have to pull this narrative back. These people are doing damage control. This is what organized PR looks like. This is what I see from places like, again, with the Washington Post, when they wanted to do damage control, they bring in people like Taylor Lorenz, and Taylor Lorenz tries to do anything. Again, like when to give you an example of how that works, so you can look at this and see the same blueprint for it. When she wanted to do a hit piece, she did specific one on me, but you couldn't tell it was about me. She talked about, here's the platform issues with YouTube. It's always been an unsafe place for women. Look, all these women have been through this. Now, they don't name anybody that's the victimizer. They just say women, women. It especially became a problem, though, when the Depp trial came up. Now, we talked to this guy here. That would have been Chris Bouzy. Chris Bouzy, who's been paid by that team, that's actually documented. He said that the worst of the worst, that umbrella guy, he's responsible for that. And then they bring up all these other things. So the hit piece is about you, but it's buried in a bunch of other shit. That's PR. That is classic PR. It misdirects from a point, number one, because it becomes about the target and it doesn't become about what's happening. And it also, it engineers narratives that don't necessarily exist. It's fucked up. These Swift things are fine. Tim is built emotionally for the space he wants to occupy, and he needs to tighten up. He talks about fighting the good fight, but leads from the back. Well, you know, you have to be stone in this stuff, and people will come after you, and they come after you hard, man. And it's crazy when people come after you in real life. I mean, it is. Like Tim doesn't have to worry about a job, though. He doesn't have to worry about, he has his own compound and stuff for safety and everything. So he has that. So really what you're talking about is organized noise that he's saying online that talks shit about him. So it's about listening to, if you have a point, if somebody has a real point about something, then they do. If they're doing those detractor videos, he's like, oh man, look what the Young Turks do. That is the space you occupy. You are a talking head. You are seen as a conservative talking head by these people. Whether you agree with that or not, that's how it's perceived. So a place like the Young Turks, they're going to hit you every time they can. That's what they do. That is their that is exactly what they do. So he was complaining about that in a video, but that is that space. The problem is that he widened that to anyone talking about anything. He threw all of us in. And then he apologized to Jeremy, while he also, like again, he said, oh, you know, Brittany Venti, like basically fuck her, fuck all of us. You know, he brought up 2 of my videos in that thing to throw us in with quote unquote drama channels. Yeah, we don't fight the good fight. We don't fight meaningful fights. Like he said, you know, oh, you'll do this, but these are the same people that won't write a postcard to Congress. I don't give a fuck about Congress. You know why I don't? Because it won't change. The only way you can change is not to simp for one side. It's to burn the fucking thing out. Take all those people, reorganize government. Otherwise, it's a lie. You will never beat it this way. You can be loud about it. You can call out the bullshit. You do it to both sides of it. I'm fine with that. You want to laugh at them? I believe that you laugh at politicians. I very much believe in that, but I do not believe in that. So writing postcards to fuck writing postcards to Congress. You know what I do? Instead of that, I will endorse people at a local level that I know you can change, because you plant the seeds and you put those fucking people, you put them in power. You know, people that you know, and you try to push them up the ladder. You change that system from within. You know, that's just the way I look at it anyway. But back to Jack Murphy. I found his story to be perverse, but I also believe in redemption. We're back to redemption. He believes that we can be redeemed too. And I believe that people can change from the person they used to be. Unless, of course, our puritanical overlords have anything to say about it. If somebody found videos of me doing cuckold pornography, you don't think they would laugh at me? You don't think they would make memes out of me? you really don't think that would happen? That'd happen to all of us. And I'm not saying everyone, you know, everyone has a past. You just own it, man. When it rolls in, people would be like, man, that umbrella guy, he was a drug addict. Well, fuck yeah. You know, who cares? It made me wiser and stuff. I don't really care it's your response to stuff. That's what all these people need to understand. It's your response to controversy. It's not controversy. Controversy exists every day in there, and you're going to misstep. You're going to have things dredged up. People are going out and out loud. It's how you respond to it, or you don't respond to it. You don't have to respond to everything. Like the thing that set all the Jack Murphy stuff in motion was a super chat being read. You know, it was a super chat. That's what got it going. It's my itchy left nut. Thanks for the 2. Why am I hanging around? Asshole. And another nut. What a super chat. Holy shit. Thank you for that. That's hilarious. That is really funny. So, our puritanical overlords, they will spam places like Twitter until all you see are naked pictures of some stranger. It's nauseating and gruesome business practice, if they even want to call it that. Some internet personalities turned to naked images of this man in the business model. Others remained quiet. Some of the audiences wanted it addressed. Others didn't care. I could be way off base, but after researching the gang stalker and the wild claims he's made, such as starting QAnon, I believe it's possible he used Eliza to create a similar situation as the one just described. If this theory is true, this is journalism, by the way. I think maybe this is why. Well, I just made up some crazy shit. He probably understood how everyone would react. He knew who would jump on the bandwagon and meme the target into oblivion, and he knew who would remain quiet. Actually, he wasn't putting out images of Eliza Bleu like that at all. Like, that's not, that thread didn't contain that. It contained a bunch of leaks. You know what helps redefine this? Banning the original link. Now they can say it contained whatever it wanted. When DeFanco got hit, when they took down the original thing, they can make a construct out of it. They can make it mean anything they want. That's why censorship is also a dangerous thing, because it makes whatever disappeared, it creates this void, and the void becomes the enemy. Strange, isn't it? He knew how the audience would react, though, baby. And I think he knew that he could make the seeds of this all seem organic while orchestrating an army of bots to make the name trend, tricking us into thinking any of this is that important. The name trended organically. You think as somebody, okay, Ricada Law and I joking around on something. There was an article put out with a picture of me. It was my avatar face, but put on a female body. Okay, and a memer made it. It was pretty funny. Well, this place picked it up, and they said it was a picture of me. So Ricada and I, we were drinking one night, and we were like, he was like, hey, you know what would be funny? We should trend Tug's tits. That would be hilarious. So between his account and my account alone, just 2 accounts there, we managed to not only get that trending, but we trended it in the #1 spot on Twitter between 2 accounts. So if you're going to tell me that you can't organically trend something, again, he and I just managed to do that for kicks. So when you think about this situation, and this situation didn't trend at first, that was what was especially alarming. It didn't trend until people started pointing out this idea that it wasn't. Because Eliza, the first time I saw it trend, it had over 17,000 mentions on that. Now that, when you put that into perspective, things will start trending with a few thousand mentions. In fact, at night, especially, we outdid paid commercials for NHL. You know, they were trending in paid sections, and we ended up doing that with 2 accounts. So again, with that many mentions, that just tells you there. But of course, eventually, real people will pick up on the situation and then offer credibility to concerns. Once that happens, it's out the gang stalker hands, but not entirely. He can still do things like create websites in real time on his live stream and throw them into the internet to confuse everyone. On a recent live stream, he created HelenTroyModeling.com. It was registered on February the 2nd, 2023, and populated with old photos of Eliza Bleu. Eliza does remember modeling for them years ago. Okay. People will in real time sometimes hear. I've heard the same thing. Somebody bought AmberHeard.net and it redirected to my channel. Now, they were like, oh my God. You know, that has me. What does that really mean? Does that mean something? And again, what does that mean? It connects pieces there. Does this piece matter? I don't know. I haven't even looked at it, but thanks for bringing it up. Maybe I'll look into this. But I talked to a model who would like to remain anonymous, who'd been involved with Helen Troy Modeling, supposedly shut it down a long time ago. She said it looked like the company's Instagram and website have completely changed. She told me that if they looked this way when she first attempted to work with them, she wouldn't have taken them seriously. It is clear that the company folded and then someone created fake profiles in the website in order to use them in a smear campaign against Eliza. I would not be surprised if a fake article about Elon Musk and following Eliza also came from the gang stalker. Dun, dun, dun. They drop false realities into a narrative and watch them blossom into 5-hour live streams where people gasp in shock at another complete fake bit of information. Oh my God. You said what now, gang stalker? Dun, dun, dun. Oh. The private investigator, BX Bullet, who has experienced a similar smear campaign, looked into the domain. The website URL registered the previous day. In addition, the register data matches the gang stalker's website. I don't even know what the fuck that's supposed to be about. I don't even know that piece of it. I haven't even heard anything about that. See, this is another problem with Shane. He's so busy in the deflection mode that he's just bringing up these strange bits and pieces. He hasn't talked once about what is actually there that has been brought up that you can't discount by saying, but the gang stalker. Again, are you saying that people they will bring up conjecture and that other people will feed bullshit? Oh yeah, I did a video on a guy that there's a channel, Joseph Morris, that creates fake headlines, absolutely fake shit. Does very much so. And in fact, they not only create fake shit, but I mean, they've created things like Ben Shapiro. He mentioned how Amber Heard had been caught taking a dump behind a car. That was a fake headline. It was created by a guy that made a fake headline. That never happened. It would be funny if it did, but it didn't. There were other ones too. He also created a fake audio saying it was the audio of the victims in Idaho, just some particularly heinous shit. So people do fake stuff. When this person, though, when they created a fake narrative about Amber Heard, did that detract from the reality of what Amber Heard did? Did that detract from the tons of real information out there? When we're talking about Kohlberger, because this person put together some fake audio, did that detract from the horror of the event that actually transpired? Did that somehow raise the victims from the dead? That somehow make him an unmurderer? I mean, there's your issue. This is fucking a weapon of mass distraction right here. Do you need to be careful? Yeah, you look up everything. You check out. You see things. There are pieces there. That's why one of the things that I like bringing up are people's own words. Those are the most damning thing, the most damning evidence of all. It's important that we identify this is a problem. We should be able to use knowledge for maximum good. Instead of jumping to pile on somebody before anyone knows the full truth, we should reserve judgment, find grace in patience. Yeah, somebody tried that. Remember? Did we forget the idea that somebody asked a question? What happened? They got banned. Did more people ask questions? They got banned. And more people asked questions and they got banned. And then people started talking about their bans and they got banned. And then people shared interviews and they got fucking banned. And they told jokes. You see where I'm going here? So you're telling us to be diligent and talk about the story. Well, the story originally was the banning. And that one word that came with it. Why? Why haunts me at night. It does, because I want to know why. That's why these rabbit holes. That's why sometimes you can tell when I'm engaged in the word why. Because that's all I focus on. I focus on one thing. Some people don't like that. Some people are like, cover 50,000 topics. If that's what you do, fine. But I like to engage one word, why. And when I feel like I got why, and I'll catalog the downfall of people. Fuck yeah. Fuck yes. I find it particularly enlightening. I think it serves, just the same way, if we did this, if we were looking at the downfall of a politician, it would matter to these people. If we were looking at a company's downfall, they wouldn't care either. If we talked about how they lied or disrespected and did all this crazy shit and they burned themselves to the ground and we cataloged that over years, it wouldn't bat an eye. But this is different. Why is it different? Buzzwords. And because, well, attachment. 2012, thanks for 5. Shane just gave information as to how to identify. Defamation can now be made because tied to a specific filing. Not a good look. Lawyers like, oh boy, yes. I'd like to see what Defango has to say about that. Again, if this stuff is fake, then I would encourage Defango to sue them. Because they said he did this stuff. He did these things. He's a monster. He drove people to suicide. I mean, holy shit, I would sue if there is truth in the matter. Like I said, I don't know people in digital space. The whole lesson of an Eliza Bleu is people maybe not being who you are. But it's funny that Shane Cashman again tells me you need to research people, and then just puts out all these. Well, I heard this is what that's damage control again. We've all participated in a PSYOP, but we can move forward to learn the identity, to identify this tactic. We seen who will cave to entertain a conversation in the fashion the mob demands. They have destabilized us, and they sit on live streams every day, mocking each and every one of us. Oh, cry me a fucking river. Cry me a fucking river. These people mock again. If you held a political office and you did something shady, they would sit there and they talk shit about you. You'd have Tim like rage finger. He'd be like, "Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I'm tired of it. Fuck all y'all." That's what he is. He rage fingers the screen. I guess he points right at it. He's like, "Fuck you, man." But it's different. It's different. Hey, what's up, AJ Stone? Thank you, AJ. 10 gifted memberships. So that was cool. I get to watch them fall in there too. Boom, there. Thank you for that. Who's this article aimed at? 12-year-olds? Yes. It's a long article. Fuck. They've destabilized us. They sit on live streams mocking us. The ones they used to push the thread, which for the most part is canceled out by Eliza's side of the story. So again, Eliza somehow canceled that out. You saw what he had to say. He barely spent any time, actually. He just took her word, including I was drunk or high during part of it. So you have to not take in my own words. The $150,000 thing. Again, I was drunk and high at the time. I was actually being trafficked though, but I was lying. Okay, so you were lying? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. But everything else is true. Believe everything else. But so many people are unwilling to allow themselves to step back and question their full-blown hate. They seek to make you feel paranoid. It seems extreme and schizo to say all out loud, but if you listen to these people talk, you will learn that this is a real problem. We really need to be suspicious of. It's so easy to sow discord in communities. No one is. I'm not part of your fucking community, Tim. Shane, I'm not part of your community. I set out here and operate by myself. You fucks don't help when any of us get hit. You told us to eat shit that this wasn't a problem there. So we did our own thing. You had your own audience turn on you for this stuff. Your own audience did it. And you have to say, well, not us, those people over there. Again, we're at the same point that we were at yesterday coming out of Tim's mouth, but now we have a different operator saying the same fucking thing. But we're not part of a community. I totally, like, I don't want fair weather allies. I don't want that. Like, these people wouldn't have my back. They wouldn't mention me or anything happening with me at all. And that's fine. They don't owe me a fucking thing. But to pretend that we're somehow allies in the game, that we both have skin in the game and we're on the same side, how does that work? When you're sitting out here smearing the shit out of people and you've been doing it for days and then want to call us a community, how does that work? Sam Panther, thanks for the 2. What up, indeed. Thank you for that. Mark, thanks for the 5. Can we nominate this stream for some sort of award? I'm dying here. This has been amazing. I mean, really, it's crazy. It is the craziest shit I've ever. When you read this stuff out loud, he's like, when you say it out loud. Yeah, when you say this stuff out loud, it's crazy. In the wake of Twitter's suspensions connected to the World Star Hip Hop video, a lot of YouTube commentators started saying that the podcast should start vetting their guests better. I would suggest the same should go for your sources of information, the people you're willing to pal around as you mock someone's downfall. I would love to see all the internet personalities involved in Eliza Bleu drama make videos detailing the way gang stalkers can infiltrate their communities. They have much bigger platforms than me. You're attached to TimCast. Why don't you make that video? Oh, because you know it would blow up in your fucking face right now. You know that this would blow up. This, again, the apology is just null and void right there. And how many times does someone have to spit on you before we start pretending it's not raining? I mean, that's what I wonder. And I'm glad other people made up there too. But Mofo didn't apologize he apologized to Jeremy. That's awesome. He shit on Brittany Venti. He shit on many other people too. They didn't care. It's just like, oh, that's good. And then like this morning came back and was like, oh, you know, we're having a conflict of morals. It's like, what? And then he started talking about ego shit again. You know, I'm big and everybody wants a piece of me. Stop obsessing over me. It's like, dude, you made this about you. Like you talk shit. You put these articles out. You host them and stuff, and then you pretend that it doesn't have anything to do. How does that work? I mean, how does that work? Oh, Lord. I'm sure the gang stalker will do this to me, continue to do this to me, as I believe has been the case for the last 2 weeks. Oh, Defango. Oh, Defango. I believe he's been destroying me behind the scenes. Again, sue this mofo. The thing is, the gang stalker will rejoice that he's been mentioned in articles and videos. He's been waiting for people to find it. He doesn't try to hide it. Here's a recent conversation between 2 of the gang stalkers on the podcast. 2 gang stalkers now. There's 2 of them. 2 of them, in which they attempt to be some sort of inverted version of another popular show. Hopefully I can get more popular ones. Said they brainstorm how they can pretend to turn on each other online to create more chaos and gain more popularity. It's like watching 2 villains talk inside an aquarium. What show is this? Does anybody know if this is real? You know, I'm a controlled op. My dad works for the government. You're in cahoots with Twitter. I can give you material to leak about me. They define gang stalker. Working with a gang to stalk people. Something that paranoid people say happens all the time, but it's also a thing that happens in real time. It means that a group of people are stalking you at the same time and trying to make you feel crazy. We know someone who is a professional at that. Sometimes they'll do it until you kill yourself. We know exactly what kind of tactics these people use. That's how we're capable of identifying them. Who's the 2 people in this conversation? Does anybody know who's talking there? It sounds like they're discussing. Is this supposed to be Griffcast? Who's talking there? Because it looks like they're discussing Eliza Bleu. They're saying, you know, well, my daddy works in the government. Oh, we're in cahoots with Twitter. Oh, well, here's the thing. This is how you make me big. This is how you make me popular. That sounds like discussing someone else. It doesn't sound like you talking about how you're going to make that work. You know, they know how fragile people can be under the crushing tide of a digital attack. So many people's entire identities are uploaded to the internet. This is what it pains people to be banned from sites like Twitter, to lose a YouTube. It's a public square, and the gang stalker is lurking there to destroy you. Oh, wait. So bannings matter. Holy shit, he accidentally made a point that goes back to the original point. It matters when people get banned. It matters when people lose something. It could drive someone to self-harm and more. But the overt actions of one person getting dozens and dozens of people hit, what do you have to say about that? The gang stalker. The gang stalker, baby. I've been talking a lot about my idea of simulation theory. We aren't in a computer-generated reality. Rather, we are born into base reality, original reality, and there are actors who work to warp reality through the use of manufactured information. The gang stalker is an engineer of one simulation. It's impossible to know how many run at once. I fear the way the gang stalker will evolve their tactics with deep fakes and AI and deep fakes. With deep fakes and AI and deep fakes. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. No, it's more like lions and tigers and lions, oh my. If they haven't already, I have seen friends create AI voices that sound just like us. I don't know if we fully understand how wary we must be as we move into the future, where larger, more perverse, more wicked reverse PR campaigns will be unleashed, ones that are even harder to identify. It's digital guerrilla warfare. This is too important to ignore. Yeah, so let me get this straight. Defango is too important to ignore, but what Eliza Bleu did with this stuff is not important at all. In fact, she should be believed. It's such a bizarre thing. Ooh, Serene, did you find those cosmic crisp applesauce are good? I love those things. Aside from watching what I believe to be a heinous character assassination, this needs to be shared so people know not to fall victim to these campaigns. We need to figure out together how we can shield ourselves from the gang stalker. He will come for you tomorrow. Man, this is creating your own boogeyman. I've seen people do that before. I've seen people do it out of politicians, do it out of everything. But this is creating a perpetual boogeyman. He's going to come for you, baby. He's going to come for you if you don't do what TimCast's Shane Cashman tells you to do. He'll get you, even if you were friends. Everyone is focused on nuclear war. The doomsday clock ticks closer to the end. But war has changed. The most deceptive war is the war on the soul. The nukes have shrunk into a virus-sized weapon. The thought, a simple thread on Twitter that doesn't make sense when she realized that Eliza was born in 1981. She was trafficked 2 times. Again, just fucking, he's like, yep, that's reality. I don't have proof that she lied. I believe her. I don't have proof. Or I'm sorry, I don't have enough proof that she lied. You fucking have proof. She told you yourself that she lied about videos she was making and shit. That should at least give you a pause in this. But you listen and believe. You fucks tell us how dangerous that listen and believe culture is. That men in these spaces, like Tim was complaining in his video. He was talking about how a man could come into a business and say a certain thing. Female come in, you say the same thing to them, and it would be miscategorized and you would lose your job. So he's telling us about the dangers of these type of falsities. They tell us this stuff. They like to climb up on the pulpit and shit, but they listen and believe when it's convenient because both sides now believe and listen and believe. They're right. This is a war. They are indeed right. There is a war, and the war is for the idea that you can investigate something. You can just look and ask questions. And that people just don't wholeheartedly. When people are telling you, yeah, I fucking lie on this and see, what the fuck, dude? I'm not talking about I don't even care about a lie. What I care about is the lie that dismisses, again, what was happening. You can tell. So to make this trafficking story work, you have to scrub all of this stuff that happened. You have to redefine the parameters. You have to do all of this shit. You have to recreate this story. And again, like I said, when you re-engineer these type of stories, this is where you fuck up. Because in redefining the parameters, that's when the details, they come into play. And when you lock down a story, again, that's what so many false accusers, so many liars have done. Again, that's what Amber Heard did. When she had 3 accusations that were out there, it was hard to define the parameters. She said things happened on X, Y, and Z. You could still disprove part of that, but they continued to change them. After a while, it went from this happened in a 6-month period to this happened over years to this happened the very day I met this person. And it happened forever. Again, the parameters continue to evolve. People are dumb like that. They don't understand the less is more approach. You got to have less. But, it's crazy. Dreadnought, thanks for the 20 there. I know this is a bit off topic, but the name Young Turks is an awful choice. Oh, yeah, I've seen that there. It's the same name as the ruling party, Turkey, World War I. They're responsible for the Armenian genocide that killed over 1 million people. Oh, yeah, that's been a huge debating point about the denial of the Armenian genocide. You know, that is one of the topics that I remember running into, you know, and I was curious how that worked in that. Yeah. It was like, ooh, especially when, you know, that became, but yeah, that's an off topic, but yes, that is a messed up situation. So let's see. Most of the worst things being said about me, except for a handful of you all, are all small Twitter accounts that follow the gang stalker and his associates. Small Twitter accounts? How big is a small Twitter account? I have 150,000 followers. And I'm saying some fucking shit about you. How do I fall in? Oh, of course, that's right. I've just been brainwashed by the gang stalker. You know, I can't read or do research myself. Again, I've done plenty of it. And, you know, an actual journalist would take the things. They had access to the person that this is all about, and they would have asked them questions. Not just a question, but a follow-up question as well, and more follow-up questions too. And they decided not to do that. They decided not to do that because they were putting together a puff piece. And again, you know, he called this surviving a puff piece. Yeah. The evil thought that the gang stalker whispers in your brain radicalizes you into becoming foot soldiers, enlisting gleefully in the mob. You think that you're fighting for good, but I believe you've been enlisted into an evil army. The internet is a wasteland. The modern world looks nice with all its shiny tech. We attribute so much horror to earlier civilization in the terms of barbarism, but our own barbarism lurks in the shadows of a digital wasteland. Now I see a few of the faces of the engineer of the simulation. This is fucking nuts, man. If we can identify their tactics, I think we can move on. Doesn't mean we shouldn't ask questions when we feel like someone is lying to us, but I'd like to see us reject the mob brain bloodlust. We are all better than that. Doesn't mean we can't ask questions, but you just told us we couldn't because we are part of social engineering. I mean, holy crap. Justin, thanks for the vibe. The best thing about all of this, most of the actual tolerance, and that is why they have to censor us. Yeah, most of us too. You'll find the most tolerant people will be censored. The people that don't conform also to you don't walk lockstep. That's the people that people don't like. You know, you'll have things called all kinds of stuff, drama, this and that. Okay. Yeah, like I said, you can write off things as drama. But again, where are the parameters of drama here? And where are the parameters of if we're being told about PR psyops, does this not feel like a fucking PR push? Does this not, I mean, the double, triple, quadruple down? I mean, either somebody got their fifis hurt and they're mad, or they decided they would go all in. Oh, thank you. Tacos. You going to Wally World later? That thing. If you see it over there. When are you going? Okay. That my wife brought in. She brought me some mini tacos because I love to eat them, even though they're unhealthy. So the cat dragged a dove into the house as the sun came up. It was my last day in the Quad Cities. It was strange on Twitter because it seemed like everyone bought Twitter blue. So the amount of blue check marks stalking me was astronomical. I like that it watered down what was once a badge of honor for some. You know, I have a legitimate blue check mark, by the way. I have one from back when, so fuck yourself. You know, you want to dismiss all of the people that have Twitter blue, that's fine. But I have an old badge. So you can't play that game either. You can't be like, well, and this is a game of, this is also a nasty thing because it's saying you're not real enough. You're not this enough or you're not that enough. I mean, that's that dismissive shit. You don't have enough followers for me to care. You don't have, it's amazing. You know, I also thought they loved the old Muskie man. You know, this was all Musk. Musk decided that mattered. So, are you telling me that Musk made a mistake? Holy shit, man! Like, what's going on? I'm confused. Define for me your parameters so I can bot better. You know, what is going on? I do not understand. I do not understand. Gang Stalker EXE. I mean, for real, dude. Yeah, like I said, I think the old check mark is funny. I don't think it defines anything there. But if they want to play this game and they want to say, well, None of these people matter because they don't have a real check mark. Well, I got one. Again, here, let me just document that. So, I'm not telling you a bunch of bullshit real fast. I'll just point that out too. My account, check mark. Again, they've changed the thing. It's a legacy verified account. So, yeah, it is a verified account from back when. Not a one damn check mark, which again doesn't matter. It's just bullshit. That's an ego trip, man. That's an ego trip. That doesn't make me anybody. It doesn't make me important. It's a fucking check mark. Many people bought them. In fact, I think I was given one because I think old Twitter was like, oh man, here comes Elon. Let's just give these fuckers a check mark. I love it there. Mini tacos. Some people are like, it sounds disturbing considering the conversation. Jonesy84, thanks for the vibe. It sounds like Shane needs to stay in a special padded room. Who the hell is going to believe this crap? They're both off their rockers. Unreal. Well, they have to have, like, how do you redefine? Really, how are you going to damage control this situation? Like, if you went in and you said, okay, I did an interview with her, and you read that interview, how would you damage control this? Like, Eliza Bleu, the way that she could have damage controlled this from the beginning is shut the fuck up and just let it pass. Don't answer it at all. Or if she did, there could have been easy. Hey, yeah, I have a past. Like everyone has a past. But you know what? I've grown and adapted and I've become this person. Now I'm a 41-year-old survivor advocate, and I carry both the successes and the failures of who I was into who I strive to be. And thank you, folks, because you know what? Your eternal vigilance, your questioning, and of course your support, it has made me into this thing, and I strive to be better every day. So thank you. I mean, fuck, something like that. Oh my God. You know how many people would have been like, boom, boom, could we go with that? Again, you're going to have detractors, but she had the support. It took the mass banning of dozens and dozens of people to point it out, and it pointed it out organically. It pointed out again, you've seen how many people have tried to take away from that, just like this, but it doesn't redefine it. Thanks for the 10, Tug. Remember, Carolyn, another TimCast. I don't know a lot about Tim and a lot of the background with certain people. Like, I've never been pro or con with a TimCast. Just a note. Again, we don't share the same. Like they talk about community. I have a lot of people that think because I talk about this, that I'm somehow associated politically, or I'm not. And I believe in things like free speech. I believe in things like owning my damn firearm. I also believe, though, this is where it gets twisted up. And this is how we all go in there. I believe if you come into, say, a mental health clinic, that I shouldn't have to turn you away because you can't pay. Because I think, when people are going pow-pow in malls and shit, that's one of the things that you stop. And unfortunately, you can't do that and keep the lights on. So, again, the world's complicated. That's what I mean. But to assume, you're going to walk lockstep for politics or whatever, we're not associated in these spaces like that, And we may agree on some things. We should be able to disagree on some things. And typically, like I don't want to be a T channel. They're a T channel. They just talk about YouTubers all the time. I don't typically, like, you look through what I do. I don't typically talk about YouTubers. For me to talk about YouTubers, if they do, they come at me. Sometimes I will not bring them up anyway because I find it stupid. But this linked right into, again, attacking people over being banned. Like, that's particularly fucked up. So Justin Mark, thanks for doing tacos again. I know. Man, there's a Mexican food truck. That's what they used to call it, Mexican food truck. That's down in the middle of town. It is, it's so good. Something happened to, like, I had my appendix and my gallbladder removed, like, within a few months of each other. And after that, I crave spicy food. Before, I didn't really care as much, but now, like, I like spicy food. Like, I don't want to, like, have my my mouth burned to death or anything, but I like spicier food. So I don't know what that meant, but it was. I was like, ooh, the spice. Anyway, so I said I wanted to start a safe house. I never accepted donations. I didn't. I have extra mattresses when they moved from my grandma's house down to that house. I heard that you accepted funds. I didn't apply for grant funds. I didn't make it a 501c3. I didn't do anything like that. This was a time when survivors were contacting me. It was a winter. COVID was happening. Restaurants were closed. And a lot of survivors. Is there illegal? Is this legal? Can you just open up a home and just solicit donations? See, she did solicit money. She talked about, hey, you want to give me money so I can do this? Isn't there a legality to that in some way? Like, I don't know the legal boundaries of this, but if you look back, so there was actually a discussion about Humanity House. The Quartering has a thread intact of it, and she was contacting different online, I'm going to use that word. I hate this word, but I'm going to use it anyway. Influencers. They use it as catch-all. They mean like YouTubers, Twitter. I don't know what to call them. Just commentator, whatever you want to fucking call them. But she was contacting people and she was saying, hey, does anybody want to spend X amount of money to do this? So she did take money, it looks like. And then she, quote unquote, started up this thing. So she solicited donations. That I heard Andrew talk about that. So she's trying to back off the narrative because that opens up a legal Pandora box, in my opinion. This right here, if anybody wants to get like Andrew going about something, get him on this part right here. This. I'm talking about legal mindset. Get his ass talking about this right here because he actually provides some very good discussions about that. But get him to pull this and to pull the thread on Humanity House that the Quartering put together. That would be the Eliza Bleu files part 2, I believe. But pull those together where there are screenshots where she is soliciting money for donations. And then her saying, here, So people were hitting me up saying, I can't pay the bills. I'm going to get thrown out of my place. And I'm like, I'm not going to let survivors go underwater. What was I going to do? I put them up for a little bit. It wasn't an official organization. I couldn't do it long. This was an emergency. And we talked about the idea of PSYOP and how people could create AI porn to seek revenge and or shame those that seek destroy. Where did they probably make violent porn with my face? So look, this doesn't even happen. This hasn't even happened, but it's been part of the narrative now. I've heard stories of kids' faces being put to pornography. I said so. Again, this isn't even part of it. Who's again running the PSYOP here? If we're talking about misdirection and PSYOPs. They brought kids into it, children, because it is a very important topic, but it is a weapon of mass distraction for sure. It was a big case where they were selling pictures of kids taken off Facebook. It was put on sex dolls, sold on Amazon. I told her about how I saw a story about someone online crying after they watched AI porn of themselves. It was completely simulated. Yeah, that was the drama story that Tim decided to cover, by the way. That was important there. Her likeness on a digital version of herself. I also thought that the story could be fake. Actually, that story, it's they cried about it because it was not just them. It was a friend of theirs. So they didn't just see AI simulation porn of themselves. A friend of theirs on a live stream got caught with deepfake pornography. Somebody, it was I guess a friend and or a husband of a friend, whatever. But they got caught with deepfake pornography like they opened it up on accident. And it was the faces of this person they knew, which was like, whoa. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look and see they have that though. All right. Okay, you want to get off here. Huh? Love you. Be careful. Oh yeah. Remember the casual. Hey, have fun. I always tell her to have fun. And she's like, why do you always tell me to have fun? I'm going to Walmart. So I always say to have fun. Let's see. But I mean, this story, working it into Eliza's, has nothing to do with Eliza. There was no deep fake pornography. That was a shit show of its own. But again, that's distraction. The laws I have to catch up like that. I'll have to catch up to that because what folks will decide is whether or not they consent to the likeness being used for pornography. So she's trying to redefine images of herself in a rap video. Now, in years later, because she doesn't like it, she's defined it into non-consensual pornography. That's where she's going. Under the current system, the government is going to have to legislate around that. So people will have to decide, especially celebrities and influencers will have to decide if they consent to their images being used for AI porn. I'm not pretty enough for anyone to care, you know? I mean, again, it would be like me saying, you know, oh, Tug's tits. Oh my God, how dare you exploit me? You know, I mean, I don't have skin in that game. So this is a different thing though. This has nothing to do with her. I don't think a lot of people probably would mind too much, but a lot of others will feel violated. You're also going to have to accept whether or not you're okay with someone killing a virtual you or strangling a virtual you. How will that play out? Oh my God. If you could make a game where I could go through and like, throw down with a bunch of that umbrella guys. Oh my God, I would stalking an umbrella. Oh fucking A, I would play the shit out of that. I'd be like, let's get him. Let's get him. 1,001 ways to kill an umbrella. I would be down with that. That'd be crazy. You know, oh look, we're creeping. We're creeping while he's sleeping. I'd be like, oh shit, yeah. That'd be awesome. I could play it myself. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. USSJ for Broly. Thanks too. Have fun. Indeed. God. There are evil crimes happening that seem to be beyond the scope of law. We don't as a society know how to deal with it. We can't even get a proper reporting process on Twitter without someone new buying the platform. So that's why I'm always insulted by the fact that I need to have these conversations. There's so many conversations I want to have. I'm just trying to get back to work. The internet's going to die, I said. It's going to die. It's not alive, Shane. I know you think it is. I know you think it's stalking you, but it's not alive. It doesn't die. It will become defunct. But yeah, no, it won't. I wouldn't be bummed if the internet didn't exist. I would be like, dang, it was nice to Google how to spell neighbor. I also like just kicking it with family after work, playing with a dog. Yeah, right. I think the internet's already dead. Then fucking give up. You guys like shut down your site. Shut down your fucking site. Stop this pseudo fucking conjecturalism that masquerades as fucking as journalism and integrity. Just shut it down because the internet's dead. It's a scrapyard. So, you know, shut it down. Shut it down because everything that you guys are doing means nothing. It's already dead, right? Oh, wait, but there are bastions of morality. I think the internet's already dead. I think it's a corpse and we're all commuting in and out of it day after day. It's populated with good people, a good deal of real people, but we share it unknowingly with an army of bots and gang stalkers and all manner of predators. And that's what we've been exposing. That's what we've been exposing. We're exposing predators, people that prey on your emotion, they prey on your sympathy, they prey on your money. I mean, what's up? Hey, Renee, thanks for the super chat there. Hey, Tug, keep on calling these liars out, man. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. I just, you know, I don't, again, I'm not saying I don't make money. I do. I actually make better money than I would in my regular job. So I do appreciate that. You know, it's been life-changing for my family. At the same time, this is not my job. You know, so many of these people that say this kind of stuff, it's fascinating how it is their job to do this. And yet they take these moralized grandstanding, as it were. Maybe that sells it to people, though. I'm not sure. So a lot of people started to reach out to me in private about their experiences with Eliza as an advocate. I think it's worth sharing a few of these since other people who hate Eliza keep hitting me up demanding proof of advocacy. Nora Brianne told me, after watching an episode of Tim IRL 2021, I was compelled to reach out to his guest that night, Eliza Bleu. I found her on Twitter and saw more about her advocacy for survivors sex trafficking. I had an account with Pornhub and deleted it after I learned what they were doing. This opened a conversation between me and Eliza about my history in the adult industry, particularly BDSM. We spoke on the phone multiple times, gave me resources. I needed to leave the adult industry. I had been groomed at the age of 16 by my 26-year-old boyfriend to become a dominatrix. She offered support and advice. Okay, good. Good you got out of that. Good. Does that change what we've been talking about? Again, I would like the 80 cases handled at a time. See, here's the problem in advocacy too. You know, when somebody's telling you they're handling 80 cases, like you can't do that. I worked as when I got involved in mental health, I began as what they call a care manager now, a case manager. You know, social workers do it. You have really all you have to have though. I mean, just being there, you have to have a bachelor's degree or higher. Now I have a master's degree, but you have to have a bachelor's degree or higher in our state to be a case manager or a care manager. You know, you go to someone's house or you meet them there. And when I did that, the point I'm making in this is when I did that, I had a specific caseload that I could carry. Now, my caseload at one time, there was a place that I was working with. They were opening up homes, which they do very good stuff with it. There's no way, since there's no mental health institutions anymore, private individualized places. They can't even house 1% of the need, but they were opening up, right? So I had a caseload and I had to absorb that for a hot minute. I absorbed 32 cases off of that on this caseload, right? So with that, plus what I was carrying, I actually this was for a short period of time because there were state guidelines and we had to get someone else, but someone has to fill that gap. I engaged almost 60 cases at that time and I couldn't. I'd have to go home and I would have to work around the clock and I still couldn't keep up with it all. I had to have someone else absorb that because I couldn't do it. It's impossible. So for people to tell you, you know, I'm engaging 80 cases there, that's hard for me to, you know, again. Catherine, thanks for the vibe. Be like Crocodile Hunter, stuck him on all the umbrellas. Indeed. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for that. I could play myself. I think it would be fun. 2012, thanks, dude. Can I post my link to my Rumble video? Yeah, if you want to, buddy. Hey, GJJ, thanks for that. I see. Sorry if you already talked about it. Tim only takes membership money, good or bad. What do you mean? I'm curious. I don't understand that question. He only takes membership money, like he only takes memberships. I mean, I don't care particularly how people take money or they don't. I don't care how they organize or they benefit off platforms. I mean, I don't personally. I know they run a thing behind. There's a lot of places that like do memberships for a website or stuff. I would do something like that, but I don't. I don't have any more I put everything outside without a paywall. Like I don't offer you. That's my problem with like if you want to help out and you know help the channel and stuff, that's awesome. I appreciate it. I have a locals. I run out of time in the day sometimes when I'm doing stuff. Again, day job, all of this, but I don't like paywalls. So I mean, I run into it. But if other people do it, if that's your question, I don't. I mean, they can do whatever they want. It's their thing. I think. Southern Take, thanks for doing. What I appreciate is that you don't backpedal like many have after Tim Pool apologized, only after he started feeling the backlash. Backbone is appreciated. Well, you know, it didn't even last a few hours, and it didn't retract from all of this stuff. Again, we're being insulted over and over by people like Cashman, by all of these folks, but we're also being told that they're not involved in it, that they're not going to talk about it. And I'm like, you are. You called us parasites. You compared us to tumors, to leeches. I mean, again, fuck that. So, you know, oops. I'm like I said, if other people want to handle it that way, you know, I understand like a quartering doing it. It's a business that's smart. I'm not a good business person in that way. I have a problem moderating what I say when I think it, you know, sometimes that doesn't benefit me sometimes as a networker. I don't typically like, that's not to say like I don't get into, if I have a very, like, for example, just to say, like if Yellow Flash and I had an argument, and you know, you always have arguments with people. I'm not gonna come out and do a video, expose, fuck this dude. You know what I mean? Like that's not gonna happen. But when people are attacking and running what looks like organized PR to me, and they're talking out both sides of the mouth, yeah, I mean, it's disturbing to me. But again, you know, I understand why people would be like, okay, let's quash the drama. Let's be an organized front. Let's be a community. But I'm not their community, man. I'm not Tim's community. I never have been. And, there are benefits to a community too. And that community told us that what happened here doesn't matter. So if Brittany Venti and fucking Yellow Flash, and that Star Wars girl, Chrissy May, all these people who've been on his show, by the way, they don't matter when they got hit. Yes, he brought up Chrissy Mayer when she got hit, when the privacy strikes came in, but she had already been hit multiple times. She had the privacy strikes land. All of this was public. He decided that didn't matter. And then it suddenly mattered when the backlash got loud. If that doesn't matter, then community, that word is poison, because all it means is lockstep. Follow my rules. And I have to play by platform rules. I have to abide by that. And I try to be respectful of all of you folks. But I'm not obligated to anyone like that. And I like being a freelancer out here because it opens your eyes to a lot of bullshit. Keep the, like Medicare said, don't make online friends. Now, I do have online friends, but they're people that I know, like again, Yellow Flash, they're going to have some crazy thing pop up in his past and fuck everything over. If it did, it's fake. I know that. I'm for sure on that. The handful of them you have are good to go. But these other folks that they also would never tell me to kowtow, So, American Woman, thanks for the 5. Change of subject, but we can take a moment to talk about what the hell happened to Madonna. She looks like Hellboy. Like, the one thing that bothered me about the Madonna thing is that the mainstream media told us for months. If you look this up, they were like, look, Madonna's gorgeous, age-defying plastic surgery. So they told women to go out and to mutilate their faces, not be happy with the way you are. And again, you make your choice on plastic surgery or not. I mean, it's there. That's your thing. Sometimes it is a necessary tool for items that especially they don't impact you physically necessarily. Like you may have a physical malady, something that happened like in an accident, or maybe you have something you were born with and you want to change, but it impacts us psychologically. I get that. People have that problem with age, but the thing was, it was a lie. So they encouraged people to mutilate themselves because you could defy age, and it was all a lie. That was the problem I have with that. I mean, that's messed up to me. Trina, thanks for 2. Umbrella Hunter the game. We should have that, I'm telling you. Gabriel, thanks for the 449. Steve Irwin voice. Crikey. Here's the deadly umbrella guy. I can't do a fucking Australian there. Good day, mate. My voice doesn't go that way. Now I'm an expert, so don't do this at home. Jumps on the umbrella guy and tries to tie up. Indeed. GJJ, thanks for 5. Sorry, just now, no more spamming him with money on IRL. Oh, yeah. Like people, you know what? He made it clear. Don't give him money for a question he doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to be involved in that. That's fine. Stop giving him hundreds of dollars to break it up. I mean, they're saying it for free. You don't have to pay him for his opinion. They're already giving it. It's just not coming out of his mouth right this moment. Una, thanks for the 5. Tim, people are saying Tim is members only chat. Oh, he's running a member only chat. I see what you mean. I think that was the question was referring to. Yeah, if he's running a members only, that's okay. I mean, people do that. Now, I had a real problem with what he did the other day. He took his guest, the musician, he took him, they had a members only chat to insult other people. So behind a paywall, he talked shit about the quartering. He talked shit about other people. And he tried to convince his members that the Eliza Bleu situation was a thing that it wasn't. Now that annoyed me. That very much did. Because, you're going to talk shit behind a paywall. Really? That is drama mining. That is absolute fucking drama mining. You can't claim that it's not, first of all. But beyond that, man, you're going to talk shit. Talk it publicly, dude. Just talk it publicly. Put it out there in the open, man. But it doesn't fit the I don't initiate drama. Okay. You got your guests involved, Richard, thanks for the 20. Goal. Ugh, this article sucks. I mean, look, like I'm having a problem here. I'm not going through all this tonight. Like, I just can't. Like, look how much is here. Like, he wrote a fucking, look at this. Maybe I'll cover the rest of it tomorrow. I'm not covering all this. I can't. It's too much. It's too stupid. It's ridiculous. And it's off point. I do want to cover it for completion's sake. I have to. I'm a completionist with this stuff, but I can't do it tonight. Richard, thanks for the 10 there. No statement. Plenty of statement, though. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Yeah, like you said, Sarah, if you lose your platform, it doesn't matter because it's just internet drama. That's the message there. Yeah. We don't care about free speech. Indeed. I'll wait for the cliff notes. I think maybe I'll finish this part tomorrow. Again, it had a break here. So they're going to go into the it is important in this because it shows you the goalposts are continually moving is what's happening here. They are continually changing the narrative to make it something that it never was. They're creating a false narrative. They created the gang stalker. They created this title. And they did, why they didn't use Defango? They used that title because that title, that would be like saying, instead of using John Doe, they say the rapist, because when you call them the rapist, yeah. The thing is, John Doe, of course, I use that because it's a nebulous term. It's not pointing at anyone, but you see what I mean? It has a connotation they wanted to deliver with somebody. They wanted to accuse them of something. Hey, what's up, Griffcast? Thanks, Vibe. Do you like our ad for hashtag Griffcast at the beginning of the article? I didn't notice it. Is there an ad there? Is there really? You know what I like about this, actually? You know what I like about it? Hey, are you going to answer this, by the way, Griffcast? Are you going to answer the idea that you drove people to suicide and that you run ops? And I mean, I might answer it with litigation myself. I mean, I'm not saying, oh, go and answer this, by the way. I'm just curious. Are you going to stream about this? Have you already streamed about it? Because I do want to know. Just went through the whole article on a stream. Okay. All right. I got to watch that then. Make sure you check out Griffcast IRL. There's another thing I need to bring up, though. It's important tonight. Okay. Because I don't want to miss this. All right. It needs its own stream, but it's also very important. I need to throw this in here. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, wait, just a second. Did TimCast pulled down that fucking accusation about the shadow psyop post? They pulled it down. That post that Eliza Bleu was sharing, the one about the psyop. This stuff is all a psyop. They pulled it down. That's fascinating. They pulled it down while we were live. So check this out. Do you remember that post that I showed you that defined the parameters? That had the 2 screenshots, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's gone." I checked to make sure I wasn't blocked, just a note, because I have been blocked by many of these people. I noticed Jack. Oh my God, did you know Jack Murphy sounded off on this stuff? Jack Murphy actually backed Tim's play this morning. Jack Murphy was like, "Yeah, this is a very good thread." Oh shit! Tim apologized in a vid. Did he do it again today? Has he done it right now? Has he done it today, like right now? In the last couple of hours? You said he apologized in a vid. I know he apologized yesterday, but this is brand new. Like that is part of something that happened when I went live. It went up an hour before I went live. So this is brand new. So, again, you didn't see that Jack Murphy. Yeah. I didn't realize I was blocked by Jack Murphy. Like I never talked about him until this stuff, but I guess I associated with the wrong people. But somebody sent me a shot of the Jack Murphy thing, I'm like, "Hey, what's up, General Tuggernaut? Props on your wedding too. Appreciate that." Justin Mark, thanks for the live. Tears Pool is trying to keep the con going while people think he pulled a 180. At best, he's only adjusted 10 to 15 degrees of aimage. Well, the site is being used again to attack. And I mean, this is happening in real time. Like again, so if you miss this post that's missing here, this came from TimCast News, the site. All right. It's the same thing that is hosting these articles. I mean, you know, what it did is there was an accusation of DeFango. They don't say his name, but they accuse him of being a gang stalker, and they put this in here for a website statement. So they had 2 screenshots that were shared by TimCast News. Well, apparently that got a little bit too much attention. I thought I'd actually been blocked by TimCast News because I've been waiting for it. You know, sooner or later I'll get blocked. That's not my goal, by the way. I have not really interacted with Shane. I try not to. I may share something and comment on it with the Eliza stuff, but typically I screenshot things because there's 2 associations there. First of all, I'm commenting on what they did. But second of all, you know, they use this. There used to be this nasty little thing that people would do in old Twitter, and I imagine they do it now. Did you know if you responded to them 3 times that they could get you suspended for harassment? 3 responses. Didn't matter if they were nice or not. That was utilized effectively to get people suspended. That's why I screenshot things and I post them on their own typically. You know. Dreadnought, thanks for the live tongue. I just want to say that if you or anyone in our community has any questions about history, let me know. I'm a historian. I'm happy to help. Awesome. I appreciate that. You know, I do appreciate that for sure. Una, thanks for too. Did Shane get paid by the word or conspiracy? Felt like both, you know. If he's sorry, then why create a paywall chat? So the paywall chat is a discussion about how he's apologizing. So I have to pay to hear him apologize? Oh, shit. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, like again, you know, when I say that, again, you know, it wasn't like a random thing. Again, I put this into, so check this part out here.
Here's someone calling me a scumbag. It's fine. Here's someone, Umbrella Guy, claiming Tim Pool defends Eliza Bleu. Here's Chrissy Mayer talking about me and whatever. The Umbrella Guy talking about me losing it. These drama channels take things out of, okay, here we go. To all the people who are upset with me, especially.
So, I mean, making that point there, like he brought up the channel specifically. So when he's saying, you know, well, sorry, quartering, well, he named specific channels. Like he called us all drama channels and other shit. He called us much worse than drama channels. But I did a little intro piece for that. But the reason I mentioned that is because fuck that, dude. Like I get that Jeremy's big enough that you wanted to apologize to him. What about Brittany Venti? You said, I don't like her. I don't like this or that. And that's your prerogative. But why fucking fake it? Why fake it? You don't, you know, and I don't think you've ever had an association with Brittany Venti that I know of. I think the association comes from your book or, you know, Cassandra. She doesn't like Brittany Venti for whatever reason. Like I don't particularly care why. But he took to a video, a 50-minute video, and he made some outlandish claims about why people do stuff, about, you know, it's all about people obsessing over him and more. Man, he brought up people specifically. You know, I see that Tim, like people that defended him, he's like, he's just responding to stuff. Mofo brought it. He brought up this stuff again. He didn't get brought into the conversation. Maybe that quartering he did, but man, I didn't give a fuck until he started posting things about, do you want to have a conversation? Should I cover this? And he threw Hambly under the bus. When he threw the quartering under it and then deleted all of that stuff, that was like, that's interesting. So yeah, I posted about that. His responses, again, not punch, counterpunch, you know, see what's going on. And yeah, I was pissed off about that too. He has a large enough platform that he can stop these bannings. I think he could help anyway. You know, if we're this community, this idea, this nebulous entity that helps one another out or whatever, you know, shouldn't stopping the bannings matter? I mean, I think that's a fair thing. And then I was very annoyed that he brought in again his guest, a guest that, you know, the guest did not research things. He was on something. He made comments. He joined into whatever. But, you know, being on a show like that at that size, it's got to be in their home. I mean, he's there for real. I mean, you can't be like, they had him make his Eliza Bleu song, which was funny, but at the same time, they used their guest. They used him for a specific reason, and yeah. So if he's putting a conversation out where he's apologizing, he's apologizing to his members. He's keeping his money. That's great. That's great that he put it behind a paywall. I mean, that's his prerogative. But again, I'm glad again, I when I say this stuff, I don't care that people are like, hey, let's continue the good fight. I didn't need him before, didn't need him after. But if he's going to use words like we're a community and shit, yeah, if somebody came in and wanted to burn my house down and stuff, and you were like, hey, here's some gasoline, let me help you out. I don't feel like you're a very good neighbor, but you know what I mean? That's just the way I look at it. I don't consider the arsonist next door to be my fucking neighbor. Give me 1 second. I'll go lights on it here. Ian seems to get it. Yeah, Ian brought up good points in that. One of the problems, like I said, they want to address part of the issue. They're afraid to address the other part of the issue. And I find that to be particularly interesting, considering, again, I know why one side of the media won't cover something, because they adopted listen and believe. They put it together. But the other side of that supposedly doesn't stand with listen and believe. In fact, they see the co-opting, not a Me Too. Me Too at first was supposed to be a good thing. It's supposed to be you being able to go out and get support. I believe in support. I very much think you should. But it was co-opted into this thing where you could just burn down people's lives. People would co-opt that thing, and the way you co-opt it is you adopt the badge of victimhood, and it's not a badge. It's a victimized stance. It's a survivor stance. Almost said victim and badge together. It almost said a really bad thing. I almost said victim and badge. And I took the B off of it. I was like, it's not a, wait, no. I was going to say, it's not a victimhood badge. I was like, whoops. Whoopsie. That didn't come out good. Yep. I was like, holy shit. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's why I like live stream. Like, you know what Tim has lost, honestly. Let me be frank about this. He's lost the ability to laugh at himself. Like he would have probably been mad that something came up. If I had a co-host and they laughed at me, like if I was on with Yellow Flash, he would have laughed at me until the day ended. He would have just fucking laughed at me all day long about it. Because it would have been funny. It would have been really funny. See, Tim put out a statement this morning. Like, this is after the first apology. We're still in the, I guess if there's a second apology, I'll look at it, whatever. But he put out a statement. He said, I realized last night that there's a radical misalignment between my values and many of the largest culture warriors. So we're all culture warriors, are we? I understand what he's saying. I'm not trying to be an ass in that. It's just like, I've seen them shit on things like the Fandom Menace, Tim and crew shit on the Fandom Menace in their own ways. Like, they had on Nerdrotic, but I mean, you go back and watch it. I'll leave that up to you. You should watch the interview with Nerdrotic and some of the statements that have come up around that. I felt like Nerdrotic is good people, first of all. Nerdrotic is good people. Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy, good people. We don't always agree on stuff. Ryan, all those guys. I feel the need. I like them. In fact, Jeremy, Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy, if I ever had a real problem, like again, he would make a good friend, I think. I'm not in those spaces, but if I've ever needed anything, I could hit him up. In fact, if I fucking had a real problem, I could hit up Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy, and he would go to war. He would fucking go to war in a heartbeat. Like that's good people on there. Nerdrotic too. Again, I remember Nerdrotic starting out. He was small. He's grown into a beast, a titan, and I love it. I love it. And those people go to war. Like if I were going to have a word, quote unquote community, like I say, I like that word like to a degree. I use it sometimes when talking about chats and stuff, but I don't like it sometimes because it's poison. But if I were to say, the people that I would call, the culture or the people that are in the fight with me, we fight the same problems. We fight them on different battlefields, but we fight the same problems. People like Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy, or stuff, they have certain political viewpoints that they add to this stuff, but they understand even with that the issue isn't just perceived as a political, but rather a social issue. A lot of people, they seem to lose context of that. They seem to think that it's just a right left issue, and it's not. It's a right wrong issue. Are there gray areas in that sometimes? Yes, we're constantly trying to figure out what the fuck's going on and how to battle this stuff. But again, I hate the polarization of right left because it's right wrong. And I'm not saying it's right as in political and then wrong on the other side. No, it's a fucking social right wrong issue, and people understand that, and they understand, and they'll go to war with you. So if you want to call those people culture warriors, I'm proud to stand with them. I am. I'm proud to stand with them. Good people. When the chips are down, you get a feel too. These are the same people that. Now, I'm not saying you can notice every issue either. Like, I can't keep up with all the people that get banned and everything else. I miss them sometimes, like I haven't figured out a good way to do that. And that sucks. I wish I had the power of a TimCast, because when I would hire people to make sure, like when we're fighting, one of the jobs I would want somebody to be doing as part of their stuff is keeping up with things like who's being banned over what. Like, how do we stop this shit? That would be something, because again, for the idea of you being able to speak freely, I'd want it to go all the way. I like that idea. Anyway, I'm gonna read this. Justin Mark, thanks for two. That's what they try to wear. Indeed. Your voice resonates worldwide. Yeah, I'm not, channel size. Channel size is ego sometimes. I think we all have the ability to fall into ego. We have to be constantly vigilant against that as people here. We have to remember every day. Like I said, I like looking at the YouTube mirror and seeing that I'm a talking pickle. I don't like seeing my face there. It's not just because I can also do whatever I want here, like right now, just to say I'm sitting in my boxer shorts and whatever I want. I'm just sitting here lazy. I've got a like cigar here setting, and it's gone out, and I have a handgun that I was cleaning earlier. You probably can hear it clicking here and there, but I was cleaning it. So I like that, but I also like the fact that it keeps ego out. But he said, well, the death threats, the revenge porn, etc. Now, the revenge porn thing was about Cassandra. I thought that was about Eliza Bleu. I said, what the fuck, dude? Are you calling that revenge porn? He was talking about that Cassandra who apparently did porn. I don't see the point in throwing that stuff up on the internet. It is on the internet though. Like I searched her name, and the fourth result that I hit on Brave at the time was something that linked into pornography career. Now that doesn't say, I'm not saying that as a shooter. And myself, I wouldn't post anybody's pornographic past. If I were making a point like this person, if we were talking about, hypothetically, like Eliza Bleu, for example, she was into escort or whatever, and you talked about that would work in this part of the narrative. But the other stuff, I do think that is a huge, nasty distraction. People get nasty online. It is a nasty space, It is a nasty space. It doesn't just happen to women either. Yeah, my wife was like, how many people send like explicit shit on my my Instagram? And I was like, I told her, I was like, you want to see how many people send me dick pics? She would not believe how many. I mean, like, so yeah, it's pretty freaking bizarre. The internet is a weird, bizarre, gross place sometimes, very much so. And again, no place for death threats. Of course, I think that is a distraction. We haven't seen the proof of death threats. Again, the threat from Jeremy Hamley was a threat to ask for something. Again, I would think it would go without saying that it's not approved of. I always feel like that's a way to redefine the parameters of conversation. But yeah, people are not willing to stand up for their businesses, schools, and stop kids from being castrated, but they'll break the law because of a single woman they don't like. So again, this is whataboutism. You won't stand up for the businesses out there. What? First of all, you have no fucking idea. You also don't live in my community, man. You have no idea what we do in our communities. But if you're talking about, discussing, say, the beer bug or something, that's not my wheelhouse. I don't do that. I don't get into that. You know why? Because when I start arguing about politics and other bullshit, it divides people and it gets them off point. And we become two camps. You know why the Amber Heard stuff worked? Because people united on both sides of it. There was political discussion, but it came from outside. It came from her as PR. When you talk to people out there, again, you have people that are on both sides of that, and they will discuss politics as far as stuff comes up. But there are people all over the map. That's how you keep it there. But yeah, I can go into the fucking wheel out there. But to say you don't stand up for businesses, schools, stop kids from being castrated? Really? You fucking work on the internet, dude. I go to work every day in mental health. I go every day. You want to play whataboutism and shit? Why don't you sit across from the table from real victims and you tell me fucking what it is? Because again, you live in the convenience of your fucking compound and your skate park. That's great. So the whataboutism thing, just fucking fuck all that. You won't put skin in the game. Oh yeah, man. Some of us believe in actual advocacy. Actual advocacy has two faces. There's an online component for sure, and there's a real life component. But you don't have to advocate for everything. You don't have to advocate for everything to say that you don't advocate for anything. That's a crazy message. But we have passive viewers and fighters. The fighters won't fight mostly the machine, but they will fight for drama. The passive viewers agree, but they don't fight. You won't put skin in the game. This is the same argument that was used to tell people during the beer bug to lose everything. This was an argument that he made. I watched it and it made me irritated. I bitched about that because it made me so irritated. Again, you can have whatever opinion that you want about the beer bug and about shots, but to tell people that you are not standing up for your convictions, if the government mandated something and you went along because you got to feed your family, you lose your job tomorrow, you don't have any buffer in the bank because you would starve, your family would starve, you'd have to do without, and you wouldn't have a job anymore. You wouldn't just be giving up a job, you'd give up a career most often. That's the same talking point that happened. You won't fight for the things that are right. I don't like people determining what's there. Everything else is drama. Videos just about me get more interest than war, economics, cultural revolution. That's why political channels make fake videos about me. It's more interesting than politics. That's ego, my friend. That's ego. Yes. Your name gets big enough. If I make a video, it's like this. If I made a video about Mr. Beast, put it on shorts, I might get 1 million hits off of it. People that talk about Mr. Beast, They get big hits. And he went out and he helped people with blindness, and the internet tried to destroy him for it. So yeah, there are problems with things online. There is drama for sure. But you buckle up, you call it out, you laugh at it. But man, in this scenario, it's not connected to just this casual conversation about what's happening. This is connected to it because he's feeling the pressure. I'm not interested in drama, fame, money. I'm interested in worldly affairs. This is why I used to travel around. But it seems most people either won't stand up or only interested in drama. Again, not pure enough. Not pure enough. DIY arts. Thank you for the 5 there. And the Kung Fu. Yeah, that was disgusting about what happened to Mr. Beast. I agree. I was very annoyed with it. Some people were like, I was like, he does a lot of good out there. And you would have people that would get into the conversation and be like, prove he does good. It's like, okay, well, you can look up his charity. You can look up his 501c3. You can actually look up anything about it. He has an EIN number. Yeah, you can find it. You can look up on filings. You can find out more about it. You can find out, the access. You can watch videos of people going to these places and seeing exactly what they do. I mean, it's not hard. You can see the real thing, though. But obviously, some people have started fighting back, running for office, making cultural content and more. But the real energy isn't there. No one to defend us on our principles. Just people hiding from the fight when the drama psychos come out. So, again, not the real fight. You know who injected themselves into the not the real fight? Yeah. If people are like, man, this is drama, and it got sidetracked it there. People can reply to this thread and say I'm right or wrong. I missed exactly my point, a misalignment of our values. But he's saying, if you say that I'm wrong or whatever, well, that's a misalignment of values, So you disagreeing is a misalignment of values, People want to come on the show for fame and influence. People beg me for money, for retweets, for recognition. That's the power machine. Lots of people watch, so now people want to come on the show. It's reality. It's that. Here, I'll say this. I don't want anything to do with you. I've said that before. I'm talking about you as a subject, just like I would whomever, because you've become part of this subject. But I wouldn't fucking come on your show. I wouldn't have anything to do with it. I've said that before. It's not, it's the same thing. Like some people want that. Like for me, I mean that as a catch-all for politics. Like I got hit up for when Taylor Lorenz article came out, that first hit piece, when that got traction. I got hit up by Fox. I got hit up by fucking not CNN. One of the other side, they both hated Taylor Lorenz. Both sides of it do, and more. And it's like, no, like I was saying the other day, one of them asked something and I answered, and they, I told them, I would never do an interview with my face anyway, but maybe I consider with this avatar. I was talking about. Avatar with another subject, not from that, but from something else, like later on after the pickle had been engaged. And they were like, well, do you have a less controversial avatar? I didn't want, like I said, I've never done an interview with I would talk to independent media, like Abounding into Comics, or like maybe, like somebody I've seen that I don't think will misdirect the conversation and make it about bullshit. Somebody like Megan Fox, but I don't trust these things. We're fighting them. So yeah, not everybody wants these things. When he's like, I don't want all of this stuff. Why are you assuming that everybody wants this, that you have this thing that's there? Again, you have a YouTube channel. It's a big one, and you could have stopped things, but it's gone out of proportion. I'm no leader, no general. I just want to read the news and learn about the way the world works. Talk about, well, part of that has been, part of that has been talking about censorship, saying censorship's wrong. He on the same thing where he quote unquote apologized, put in a sentence about that. He he talked about the horrible things happening to Veritas, and he didn't want to fight there. But we weren't worth fighting for. You know why? Because we weren't big enough. The people out there, when I say we, I'm using the nebulous we. I don't need him to fight for me. I don't want him to fight for me. I can fight my own fights. I don't need him in there. But you know what? Like Brittany Vinny could have used it. Chrissy Mayer, like me, fuck you, come after me. I'll swing at you until doomsday. But some of these people could have used real help. They've actually been hit by this mechanism that, again, if the thing that Twitter is telling us is a lie, that's big news too. That's political news, I would figure, because it's been embraced by politicos and everything else. So maybe that should be an issue. But the stalking really gets me. So he says, I've talked about this repeated for the past year, especially with death threats, swatting, burglaries, and stalkers. The stalking really gets to me. People crying, begging to be let in, former employees centering their whole lives around me. It's crazy. And for what? So he's defining stalking. Like, he's not talking about stalking in the sense of people stalking you for real. He's redefining it into people making videos about him, or people like Adam Krigler, or however you pronounce Kringler. I fuck his name up all the time. Kringler. Adam, props to you, man. I'm sorry. I fuck your name up all the time. I can never remember it live. I don't know why, dude. I've heard it a million times. But he has a story about ego. He actually has a story about when he was there, about the show and what it meant, and about dealing with ego. And apparently that's probably a comment about him because he's talked to it. But the level of obsession some people have with me terrifies me, not just because I fear for my safety, because I worry about human something priorities. Okay. You become a power player in that. Now he brings in swatting and stuff. And again, we think it's related to stalkers of mine and former employees. Again, the swatting, he's blaming on former employees. Now he doesn't know. You got to watch that too. That's how you get sued. Again, you can see like Tim, I think Tim and his people have lost it in the conspiracy realm. I think that they've gone down the conspiracy rabbit hole. I think Tim's burnt out. He's not handling his problems, but I think he's burnt out. I think he's losing it in real time here. He just needs to regroup, man. He needs to breathe. He needs to wash away the shit that's happened. And remember, like, why? What was the point in the channel? What was really the point? Not what do you cover or anything, but what is the point? What is the purpose in what you do? If your purpose is making money, find regroup around that. If your purpose is talking about fucking certain issues and, all of this like fame and money is a byproduct, then you have a lot of people telling you that you fucked up. I think that's a very fair assessment. I don't think that's drama or mean. Like I said, I'm not a viewer of him. He didn't lose me because I wasn't there to begin with. But I think that the people, like when you look at the comments around that video that he had, there was a big problem. Like a lot of people were pointing it out. And either Tim believes this stuff or he's letting the people around him guide this stuff. I actually saw, I'm going to say here, let's see. So I saw a tweet that I couldn't find afterwards, but I actually got it screenshot. I can't pull it up. My phone died on me. Okay. I'll pull it up. I can pull it up later. But I saw that associated with the stuff, it looked like you had Cassandra, she's come up a lot, the booker of this, and her connections with Eliza Bleu. Well, when Tim was talking about all of this stuff, you had Cassandra's man being like, oh, you need to go over the private concerns of people that have been brought up. And it looked, I think it got deleted. Again, I got a screenshot of it because of that. A few people noted, they were like, wow, that's really bizarre. It sounds like they're having problems behind the scenes. If I'm in charge, like that's the one thing, if I ever have staff or something, my staff is going to fucking, they're part of this brand. And if they were part of my brand, I would either endorse what they say. I'm not saying about getting online and having discussions. I'm talking about putting out just fucking hit pieces that will get you sued. and doing damage control for someone you say you don't care about. For someone they don't care about, they do a lot of damage control for. And again, if Tim is serious about that, then he has an employee problem. But, you know, fuck. I mean, I don't know, man. I see a lot of ego, though. Give me one second. Fame is poison, though. It is. It brings down a lot of people. I don't know. Some days I think, man, getting bigger on the internet, yeah, that's great, man. But other times, it does put everything you do under a microscope. Everything. You know? And if you fuck up, just handle it like you would with 3 subs, dude. You don't tell 3 subs to fuck off. When you were hungry, you just, you handle it different. He wouldn't have handled that like when he was building. He wouldn't have handled fuck off members. He would have handled it differently. You got to handle it like that. But you also got to handle it the way you did before you thought you were somebody, before people started telling you were somebody. Just because we have, you know, I'm always overwhelmed that people like show up for these things and listen to me talk. You know, I just like, wow, that's amazing. I never want to get past that. I never want to think, whoa, man, you know, yeah, you should, because, you know, it's like I said, fame is poison. It poisons people's mind. It poisons their priorities, and it makes you soft. And it makes you sometimes willing not to sacrifice for things that you would have in the past, you know? And again, I'm not saying that on Tim. I'm saying that with anybody. We have so many cautionary tales in the past of places falling apart. And now Tim's talking about, man, I need to quit, you know? And it's like, okay. Like, this story has been getting bigger, though. I mean, again, like tomorrow probably we'll cover the Candace Owens stuff that was said in that. I would like to talk about that. Let me hit the extra super chats too. But like I say, if I ever start down the road like that, please, like, fucking, I have some of you that are friends or friendly, you know, again, yeah, please just be like, yo, dude, you're fucking up, because I would appreciate that, you know? And you take your hits, you know, you take your lumps when it happens, because you cause them. Like that's another thing that some people don't want to admit. They cause these lumps to happen. You know, it's not the outside. Again, you're going to have detractors. Like, that happens. But all right. Hey, Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for the 5. Tug, I super chatted Brittany, exposed Cassandra, pound shots, fire with fire. Interesting. I'm curious about all that. Oh, somebody said, let's see, EBPR bot said, thanks for 5. Tim is now censoring his chat members only. Yeah. He's literally become the echo chamber cult. He claims to hide employee censors and censor chat. Well, somebody will leak it. They'll leak it. And like, I'm constantly at odds with that idea. On one hand, you know I can make more money. I like to give members something there, but I like to do things out in the open. Like, you know, at one time when I was removing live streams, people were like, well, just send them to members only. I was like, but that creates a paywall. Like, it bothers me to create paywalls because, you know, support comes from shares too. Like, you don't just get support from membership. Now, you get support for other stuff. And again, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I constantly am trying to figure that out. If I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. But it's fun. Thanks. Then Twitter put a warning on my tweet of Candace Owens' video for sensitive material. Really? Oh, she's not going to like that if she finds out that Candace Owens gets censored for it. Send me a screenshot of that, please. Send me a screenshot. I'm love it. I'll put that out there. Merlin, thanks for the 2. Mental health in Canada equals made. I wonder mental health, and I don't know how mental health actually is practiced within Canada, like how you can go and get help. I'll tell you this though, in the United States, when I complain about it, here's my problem. In Atlanta, for example, you know who the primary provider of community mental health is? Prison system. They're the biggest practitioner of mental health in that state. That's because they shut down all of the clinics that would operate under state funding. So essentially, the thing is, we will have clients that'll come in that are having psychotic breaks. They can be dangerous to self and to other people, very much so. It's not their fault, but they are. They're dangerous. It's the same kind of people that may pick up a firearm, hurt other people, hurt themselves, hurt other people as well. And you may be a frontline preventative for that. Well, we removed that stuff, and it's scary. It is a scary thing. Shelby Apples, thanks for the 15 there. There's not a statement attached, but thank you. There's plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. One, thanks for the 10 and the super sticker. That's cute. Thank you for that. All right. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for the 5. It was Brittany that asked Sandra if her straight up, if porn shot, etc., was why she didn't like her and canceled her appearance. Fire with fire. Well, here's the question too. What would people rather want? Would people rather want, okay, I hear all this stuff of settle issues in the background, right? And with friends or friendlies, I definitely do that. But okay, like somebody's like keeping you off shows and more, should you do backbiting and bullshit in the background, or should you just ask them straight up, even if the question's mean? Should you ask them? There's an interesting question too. Yo, thanks for the 2. That nut guy earlier was crazy. He stole my phone. Was his name Gil? Yeah, Bob, thanks for the 2. Did you see Russell Wilson's charity or any real? I don't know. Actually, I'll tell you one thing. Like, I do need to bring up shit. I forgot about this, and I need to bring this up right now. Okay, there are 1,100 of you. Please help me share this. Okay, I do need your help with this. All right. So there's a lawsuit going on right now. It's important. It is very much important. If you have heard about Christopher Bouzy. Christopher Bouzy is a bully for hire. He came after me. He tried to destroy my channel. He tried to shut me down. He went to the Rolling Stone. The Rolling Stone, like he did fake fucked up reports. I mean, he's tried to do damage and everything else. He's a nasty person, nasty business. He gets paid by people like a herd to do damage to people, and you can see it. I mean, that's not conspiracy. That's not craziness. Dude was contracted with them. And he's talked about being contracted with others. Well, he decided out of them trying to, so he put out this report where he tried to say that, oh, I'm a monster. You hear what I say anyway. My commentary is not very, if you want somebody that's edgy, like compared to like a Ricada Law, like I'm very milquetoast there. But he took a bunch of statements that were partial statements. He would take like a half of a sentence, and he would put all of these together like they were direct quotes, like I was being an asshole to Amber Heard. Some of these were partial sentences that elapsed paragraphs. Some of them were pieces that they wouldn't come together. Like it would take 6 hours to get to the next part of that sentence. Well, he went in, he shopped this to the Rolling Stone. He tried to destroy me and many other people, but he specifically tried to destroy me. When he did that, you had Ian Runkle. He was the first person to be like, yo, this is trash. He called it out. There's a great video on it if you want to see that. But you had all these lawyers line up, and I props to them. I appreciate that. Nate the lawyer got involved in this stuff too. When Nate the lawyer got involved, Chris Bouzy went after him for race, went after him for disability, but also went after his profession. He said that he essentially would plant drugs on people. He took a video and he cut it up to make it sound like Nate was admitting to planting drugs on people. Then he would take the conversations about that. He would hide portions of it, so people wouldn't see any of the the answer to that and more. He created a social narrative to try to destroy the man. So he decided to sue him. He's like, fuck this. Somebody needed to too. But the problem is, like, I'm not a lawyer. Like, I'd sue somebody, but I don't want to spend 2 years in court. I want to have to raise $200,000 fucking dollars. And, and more. So it's good that somebody that likes that arena wanted to go to war with him. Well, Nate talked about they had gotten up to a certain point. Money in these things burns fast. You burn through a lot of money. That's the problem with going to war like this. It costs. They initially started out with 30 grand. They got to the point where Bouzy, he wanted a settlement. He wanted to settle it to make it go away because he's trying to launch a Spoutable, which is a scam of a website anyway. They just admitted that they didn't protect the data of over 25,000 users. I mean, it's just absolutely scam material, but he's going to need help with it. So if this is important, if this is something that you back, I'm going to link this. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to link it. We'll put it at the top. I need to click the link. Okay. If you can't back, I understand everyone cannot back or anything like that. If you cannot back, wow, somebody donated $1,000. That's crazy. Saw that go through there. Give me a minute. It's not from here. It happened before. So I've shared this on Twitter, but this is a legitimate, okay? He is cataloged every single step. This thing, they cost money. If you want to go to war in the legal sphere, it costs money. You know, this kind of stuff, it's paved in green. It is a river of green. So if you find this important, I pinned it to the top of the chat. Definitely back it. If you cannot back it financially, share it. Make sure it's everywhere. Also, make it trend with, if you're on Twitter, make it trend with hashtag Bouzy or hashtag BouzyBucks and hashtag Nate the Lawyer. You know, put them in there. Make it trend. I mean, this runs below the radar of plays. But these, see, this is what irritates me about people like Shane. There are disinformation merchants out there. They very well are. In fact, I think that Shane Cashman is one. There are people that are hired by people to destroy their folks' lives. There are people that run bot farms and all. Chris Bouzy, he's definitely one. You know, there's been enough evidence there. He's been shown, like, anytime you'd have something come up, there'd be an army of bots reposting it and on. You can tell when they're bots. They're still profiles that are sitting there. They were created. They posted about a thing and then they died. You know, they posted the exact same thing. They're definitely bots, you know. He's managed, though, to work his way into the liberal political space. He used buzzwords, other bullshit. Like that's the problem on the other side. People will buzzword you into thinking that they're real. And that's dangerous, you know. That's why I want to be upfront about it. Again, if you follow because you think that I'm aligned politically, I'm not. I would make fun of all politicians. So we would align on certain things, but you know what? I can listen to your conversation. I can hear what's going on there, you know. But these guys, they will like Bouzy. He managed to grift his way into the political sphere. He has used liberal political election. You know, when he used the last political election, he was propped up. He's propped up by politicians now. Like, it's fucking crazy. He's managed to work his way into some the mainstream media. It is everything that people say they oppose. So again, I think this is an important thing. He was quoted in Netflix with the Meghan Markle stuff. You know, it's all about racism, baby. You know, but he went after Nate because he was black. He's Christopher Bouzy is also a black man, but that doesn't mean that, you know, when you're attacking somebody because of their race, that's a strange phenomenon anyway. You know, as for myself, I don't attack people because of their race. I don't attack people regardless of, you know, difference or the same skin tone. Now, you know, I might now I do reserve the right to call someone a cracker. You know, if I know them. It's always a stupid joke, but that's okay. But, you know, I mean, it's just strange. He attacked Nate because of his race. He called him a sellout, essentially, but in other nastier terms. He also attacked him. So I didn't realize that Nate the Lord, I never noticed that. Like, you know, he's sitting there talking, and I never noticed disability, you know, never noticed that he had any issue at all. Well, I know because of Chris Bouzy, because he attacked him over and over again about it. So these people that use the liberal buzzwords of things like ableism, they attack the disabled. They attack people, because of their skin tone. Again, he is buzzword and got his way in there, and he has political backing now. These are the same people that want to make it illegal for you and I to talk about stuff like this. And if you think that that's just some fancy talking point, again, I did videos on that showing you, like at the end of the Depp case, there were politicians that were saying that it was dangerous for us to have these conversations, and that they wanted to change the law to make sure that we couldn't. Again, that's the kind of thing that you're opposing with these folks. So I think it's important. I think it's funny too, just to be honest. And you know what? I mean, somebody comes for me. Oh yeah. Yeah. So I meant to bring it up earlier. I apologize for not doing that. I got caught up in the crazy of the moment. But I do want people to share that around. Again, it's connected at the top. Now I need to finish my super chats because I got to go do something. But I mean, it's going to be expensive for him to do this. Now he's already raised $19,000, but again, litigation, and this is normal. If you don't think that those kind of costs are normal, so if you look up, here's a random thing just to give you an idea of costs. So Billy Mitchell, give me 1 minute. So Billy Mitchell, the video game guy, have you ever seen the documentary King of Kong? Well, let's see, Carl, what's his name? Carl Jobst, however you pronounce his name. He has talked about Billy Mitchell. I actually follow Billy Mitchell there. I found him to be funny until he started suing people. I didn't find that to be particularly good, but I found him funny because he was like, how dare you catch me cheating, basically was his idea. And I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was absolutely awesome. I think that somebody reacting like that is hilarious. It's just the ego and pomp to it. But the problem is that he sued the YouTuber, not once, but multiple times. And the lawsuit, here's my point to that. So here's him trying to put together his legal defense. And yeah, these costs he's asking for 200,000 AUD. And that is definitely the cost of lawsuits. And that may not cover everything. He had help from Notch, the creator of Minecraft, and more. But, if you think those costs sound high, that is the cost. And it may go, remember, now a Depp is a different thing. Most people that are playing with their own money, they don't file like Amber Heard did. But remember, Heard's cost in this stuff, one case, we were roughly looking at about $12 million. And Depp, I think over this plan, he's easily spent easily in excess of $20 million for his litigation, that went on. And he was spent a lot more, but people like Adam Waldman believed in it so much that they gave a lot of time for free. So it cost even more, they did a lot for free. So, but yeah. Oh, wait, there was a super chat about that too. I see it while I'm rolling down. Thank you, American Woman, for bringing that up. I did see he basically told Bouzy he could F himself. It was amazing. Here's good stuff. If you haven't watched Nate the Lawyer's channel, it's a good channel too. Give me 1 minute. I'm rolling down through here. I do think that's funny with did he get paid by the word or the conspiracy? Isaac, thanks for the 10. People accepting Dim Stool's apology is indicative of why the country is going down. Even the quartering applauding Dim Stool for grifting more money by going members only. It makes me sick. Well, I think that people can actually go in and about face and change up, but it didn't. Again, you could see it. I mean, the attacks are still going. They were even being hosted on. They took the link down for it, but it made it very clear where it all stands. You posted it on your TimCast on your Twitter and everything else. Okay, if that's rogue employees, well, fucking do something about them. You can't claim rogue employee when it just benefits you. I mean, these are people that are answerable monetarily to you. They answer to you. If, like I said, if I had an employee that was doing something, I would talk to them about it. And I would, if they were a rogue, again. Otherwise, you can't claim that. If that's your stance on something, that's your stance. Say it loud and proud. But don't try to walk the in between. Don't try to walk the in between. There is no in between. Tickle turmoil potato. Thanks for the 5 there. No statement on that, but plenty of statement in that and your name. I like it. Richard, I don't know if I hit both of yours there, but thank you for both super chats. There was a 10 and a 20. Thank you. Okay, I saw the thing about the members only. If somebody recorded it, make sure to share it with me. I want to watch it. I want to see there. I want to know what's going on for real. And I am particularly irritated. Like I said, I believe that he owes an apology to Brittany Venti. I think he does. I think he owes an apology to a lot of people. I don't particularly care about being like, apologize to me, baby. I think he owes an apology to all of you. Because if he's saying that an issue is a bunch of all of this fucked up stuff, again, he felt the need to repair the bridge between him and the Quartering, because the Quartering's a large channel, but he didn't. I mean, he shit on Brittany by name. He called her out on that video by name, not just like reading through, like when he brought up me, like reading through. I mean, that's whatever. But, and again, I stand by what I said. He defended Eliza Bleu. He said, oh, I like her. And he also, again, he changed the narrative. He defended her by the worst thing ever. He did damage control. The same thing we see there. And I stand by that statement. And him losing, he said, loses my mind. No, I said he loses big. I was talking about in the thing that talks about him losing 10,000 subscribers. Although I don't think that was the discussion about I don't remember where exactly that went. I just can't remember the live stream itself. But I stand by the name of it there, Yeah, Marcus also brought that up. Thank you for the tune there. I had fun with the stream, though. I have fun with it. If y'all been enjoying the stream, like, again, I'm not censoring myself. Again, maybe that makes me an asshole sometimes, but I don't want to be fake, man. One of the things I've learned over time is professionalism is respecting your audience. That's a huge part of professionalism, and respecting your peers. Your peers, like when we were covering depth, for example, there are people that I don't like that cover that too. But you don't know who they are because I didn't throw them under the bus or anything. We stayed on topic there. It was about that, and I think that's part of it. This, though, like I said, I think that's part of the story. I do think that this stuff that's been going on, and I'm hoping. I don't think the Eliza Bleu thing will die out I was hoping it would die out by the end of the weekend, but it's not going to. It's not, and it doesn't need to. The Eliza Bleu thing, there is no answer in sight. Again, people are still eating strikes and more. Yeah, people say something and move on. See, that's what irritates me. Like if Tim, when he's talking about, changing society more, we don't change society by saying something once. We change it by evoking repetition. We tell people. They have to be little themes too, because again, they have to culturally translate. They not only they translate across our own culture, which is divided, socially, but it translates across other cultural divides. It has to be. They're simple messages you would think would be easy to put out and navigate, but they're not. Hey, give me 1 second. I gotta grab something. Give me 1 second. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just walking across the room. My phone died, so I gotta put it on the charger in case my wife calls. Clue the gang stalker. It's Clue in owning website. I saw that one too from 2012. Gang stalker is a windmill to joust. Just saying. That's true too. Susan, thanks for the 2. 1. How can she cancel a video owned by a rapper? That was actually a good question too. I think, going out and shutting down that video was a very interesting thing. How did she do that? Indeed. Oh man, Jazz Rose. I see this here. So I think this is important. I don't want to miss this one. Fighting cancer the third time, she said. You helped me get through it. You look after yourself there. I'm proud that you have, that's the one thing when I adopt the word community, I want community to mean something like that. We can come together. If you have a good day, I want to make the days better. And if you have a bad day, then I hope people can make it better through providing somebody to lean on. I like that idea. So props to you there. Life has been trying to call. I'm sure she probably has. She's trying to hit me up. My phone's dead. It's dead. Like I can't call. She wants to know. Like I told her, okay, like just to be honest, like this, when she went to Walmart, I was like, yo, look and see if they have that Harry Potter game. I want to know about it. So she's probably got to call me and be like, yo, that's what she wants to know about. But my phone's dead. She said that in the stream. I'm sure. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right there. That's hilarious, though. Yeah, but I was like, hey, if you're going to Walmart, would you look at that Harry Potter game? See about it. I want physical copies. I don't like digital copies. Also, if I download a digital copy, it'll take like a month of Sundays to download. So that's hilarious. She's here talking. Yeah. It's funny. She listens to like the live shows a lot, and she'll give me some feedback on something here or there, or she'll tell me like, what's funny is if people think I'm mean, like she would, man, like when people came after, especially when they like came after personally, like they went after her, people did some heinous shit trying to go after her too, just gross stuff. Oh man, I was like, I was like, you can't say some of that stuff live. like, you can say some things live, but you can't say all that live. That'll get you in trouble. It was funny. Like when she gets hot under the collar there, She's like, screw that, man. Screw any modicum or of nicety. I mean, I'll throw it down, I have to go to the other Walmart. Don't worry about it then. It's all good. Don't worry unless you want to. The phone will be charged up in a minute after I get off here. So I'm giving it a minute while it's up there. But yeah, she's like a throwdown fighter. I want to play like that game. The controversy around that game has been fascinating to me. And what's crazy about the controversy surrounding that Hogwarts Legacy is the fact that people are calling that supporting genocide. I mean, that was stated by the media. If you support this game, you support genocide. And it's like, what? Like, that's not me like making up something either. That was an actual article. And you have streamers being bullied, browbeaten, attacked. I mean, it's like the people who say they oppose something, they not only made it big, but on top of that, they have become the worst things on the internet. Because in order to, they're like, well, I consider J.K. Rowling a monster, when they're therefore anyone that's playing this video game, that makes them open to whatever I want to do to them. That's the rationalization of it. And that is fucked up. That is fucked up. I mean, the threaten, and we're talking about like, it's bad when even people like Hassan Piker come out and they're like, I'm not going to play that video game because of backlash. It's like, well, you do you, but that says something about your crowd too, like here, I'm going to get people that'll sub and unsub. I mean, I've learned not to care about it. I've learned to care about it to a point. Like if I'm doing something really fucked up, okay. But if I cover topics for a long time, people will drop off. They drop off for a million different reasons, and that's okay. Like you go through ebbs and flows. But one thing that the people that stick around the people that know here is like, respectfully, I'm going to do what I want to do. You know, I'm going to play something. I'm not going to kowtow to fucking not playing a video game. That's not constructive criticism. That's craziness. That is cancellation. That's nuts. You know, that's not like telling you, hey, I'm pissed off because you say you stand for free speech, and yet, you know, you keep doing this, that, or the other. It's different. You know, people are threatening to murder other people over that. You know, that actually makes me want to play the video game, to be honest, because it's like, wow. I mean, they've been the most effective advertising campaign I've ever seen. Drag catfish, things to do. Glad. I have third eyeball. Indeed. Rhea, thanks for the two. Call him Tim Beanie Baby. I think he's been talking about quitting. For real. He's been talking about quitting. I think he's feeling pressure. You know, and I'm not saying he should quit or do anything. It's just like, dude, maybe you should look at if criticism is constructive, you embrace and adapt. If criticism is non-constructive, you either ignore or you go to war. One or the other. If you don't like a Young Turks, for example, like you brought them up, you either ignore or you fight back if you want to. You don't say the way he did. He had a cope straight. Like for me, I like to point out attacks. I love them. I love hit pieces. I love them. Like this stuff, I absolutely love it. Like make no mistake, I love having an enemy. I love to fight. I love it. I hate authority. I'm anti-authority. I exist like many of you do in the don't tell me what to do culture. Get off my virtual lawn. But hit pieces are funny. I love it because, they are character assassination attempts. And they're a lot of fun. But you go through and you break them down and you destroy them. That's how you go about something. Like he was going in, talking about and he did that with one. And I think his criticism was valid of that one Young Turks video. Now he took what's happening now and he turned it into something it wasn't, which is not valid. But they were saying, he supports workplace harassment, and he didn't. He was saying there are different standards to men and women. And that's where I got that intro clip where he's like, yo, yeah, we have him talking to the pickle. Like that came from that video. I thought it was funny, but he did. That was definitely a hit piece by the Young Turks. And they're definitely going to do that because again, they live in another side of that political spectrum. It's expected. Like you should anticipate this kind of reaction from them. I mean, he knows this space. The issue, he's either cracking up under pressure or he's not accustomed to his own viewership telling him he's messing up. Like it's easy to ride when everybody agrees. It's harder to ride when you're fucking up, man. When you're fucking up, just admit you're fucking up and go about it. Dude, people would be okay. I'm not talking about this, well, let's not fight because Project Veritas is important. And then, 10 hours later, like fucking put up all this crazy stuff. Then Shane Cashman drops an article, which basically calls you scumbags again and Sims Eliza Bleu and accuses you of, of organizing PR with somebody that drove people to suicide and more. I mean, again, yeah, I'm talking about truly. If you see it as a problem and apologize, just do it, man. Who cares? Do we get it over with and be done with it? Because, we saw Tim with mask off. We got the feel of that with the 50-minute long video. I mean, we saw what he thought, and that's okay. You can have your own opinions on stuff. Like you don't owe. I want to make it clear. Like I don't expect anybody to agree or like me or anything else. But if you come at me, if you come at the people that I'm around or associate with, if you come at the people that are my co-hosts here, like unlike when Jack Murphy came in his co-host, you folks are my co-hosts too. Like I do solo streams. I consider you part of my show. You are not the audience, you are co-hosts. Because we talk the entire time. I try to get, I rarely have co-hosts, but if people are attacking my co-hosts, yeah, I'm not going to go like Jack Murphy silent. I'm going to fucking step on people for it. I don't appreciate it. And people, you know, again, it's funny, like, to do that and to throw up your arms and say, internet drama, I hate it. It's like, what? You know, again, you got a fucking award-winning singer to make up a song to insult people about Eliza Bleu. Eliza Bleu. Eliza Bleu. All of you saw that song, right? When I'm mentioning that, everybody knows what I'm talking about, hopefully, right? I mean, you stupid know what I'm talking about here. If not, I do have it recorded here. I do have a thing of it on hand. I don't know if everybody knows that, though. I keep bringing it up and making jokes about it, but, you know. Give me 1 second. No. Oh, so, okay. Here, I'll just play it for you real fast, okay? Sorry about that. I thought, like, I know it. Let me see. I've got it somewhere here. Give me 1 minute. You wanna know something funny too? You know, okay, where I covered that that video that he did, that members only one, where the song was in it. So, you know, I put out a video on it. You know, actually, my original video was 17 minutes long. It wasn't. YouTube would not let that one go through. God, there's still 1,000 of you here. I can't believe that. That's crazy. Like I said, thank you all for being here too. Give me 1 minute. I got to find that. Got to find that link real fast. You know, and I'll play it for you. Just give me a second. I got to go through and dig it up real fast. It'll take me a minute. It was, again, he had, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, I apologize. This is why I like to build in. This is why my live streams take too long. Tim did behind the scenes, you know, his big controversy about his statements where he went after folks. Well, on top of him going after people, he did a behind the scenes members only video where he took, again, I can't think of that singer's name. I keep messing it up. Give me 1 minute. I've got that somewhere here. I gotta find it. I can't think of that. Like I keep forgetting that singer's name. I'm not very good with it. 1 second. I gotta link it. I've got it now. What's his name? John Rich. Yes, thank you. I kept thinking something Rich. But yeah, he took him and he weaponized him against something. And again, I don't have any problem with John Rich. I think he was misled in that. Now, you know, when I say that, I don't think he did anything particularly nasty or heinous. I think he was just responding to you know, to what had been going on. So anyway, let me play the. Just give me a minute. Shit, it won't play. Damn this thing. It's making me mad. It's like you need to upload it yourself, I guess. Here, give me 1 second. I've got it right here. All right, here we go. This is that song. I think I got it where it'll play. Here we go. I got it. Now the sound is all their sound is weird on this profile. But check this out. This is the song I'm talking about.
We're
I keep singing it.
Damn, that sounds good. Sounds good.
Eliza Bleu. You're gonna get famous, and you will too. Eliza Bleu. Oh, Eliza Bleu. For $50,000, she'll make a fool of you. Eliza Bleu. Eliza Bleu. Tony, you should write
Holy
a song.
shit.
See, originally the talking point was that she was running a PR campaign. So see, they've changed the talking point too. Shane Cashman is now saying there's an organized PR campaign on the other side. But that song, I love it. Liza Blue, Liza Blue. I like that. I need to just cut the music back so I can sing to it myself. You know, if anybody like does their own music, oh, here's something. If you're bored and you do your own beats, man, take that beat right there and just put the beat and mail it to me so I can sing my own. Liza Blue, Liza Blue. I have fun with that every day. You know, Tim lost his beanie. He's gonna have to mortgage it to Liza Blue. You have fun with that all the time. This subject, like I said, I don't see the subject dying out, at least for another week, because you're going to see more hits. I don't necessarily think it will be associated with TimCast, but I think the Eliza Bleu issue is not going to go away. People want it to go away. People want it to die out real fast, but you'll find one on your email. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will do that. Of course, I love it. You know, how can you DM me a screenshot? Well, you can either DM the screenshot to @ThatUmbrella, my on Twitter. I'm wide open, so anybody can direct message me. Or if you don't have Twitter, you can email me. My email is the stupidest email ever. I don't remember why. It's at granularheaven. It's granularheaven@gmail.com. Why? 2 words, granular, like grains of sand. Heaven is in the place. Gmail. Why? I don't know, man. Maybe I'll be like Eliza Bleu. Liza Bleu, Liza Bleu. I have a stupid email, so I'll bring it on my drugs too. I mean, work for her, right? $150,000 for sex that wasn't real. I mean, really. I love that song though. Sounds like a cool email. Yeah, but I don't know why it came up. Like I should have one that's like you know, like one that's purposeful for my channel. Maybe my channel had that name. Well, I don't even know. Maybe my channel was named that. You know, this is small. You know, there's no more point to live stream. We're just fucking off for a little bit. My channel originally had a different name, and I don't think that was the name, but maybe it could have been. I don't remember. But I used to review things on Amazon, and the only reason that I had a channel, you know, if you look, my channel's been around since 2012, which is actually very deceptive because my channel has not really done anything until 2017. That's when I started actually creating content. So I had the content, I would port it over from Amazon, and I didn't do it for content creation. I did it because people would take your Amazon reviews and they would weaponize them. You know, they would weaponize them into scamming, like to do harm. So I would claim mine. You know, I would go in and I'd claim it. So that's the way that's what it was set up for. And I did that for a long time, and I would record odds and ends. Like I think my first freaking video was me recording a beehive on my property way back when, you know, or a hornet's nest or something. You know, it was like a beehive in a giant fallen tree. The entire fallen tree had become a beehive. It was crazy. Like imagine that. Imagine a fallen tree that's like 12, 13 feet long, and the whole thing's a beehive. That's pretty much how it happened. You had so many bees moving to this thing. It was like the whole thing was alive. It was crazy. But I think that was my first video. I just record shit because at the time, you know, I didn't have anywhere to put videos. I had no money whatsoever. And so I would just use this as storage. But in 2017, so there's a point to this. Okay. So back when I had a different name, and you always get somebody, no matter what. See, this is what Tim's forgotten, I guess. You will always have a hater. So I had a hater back then, and they would complain. Well, if you've seen any of my videos where my hands are in it, you'll see that I have an umbrella symbol on my left hand. Okay. In that, somebody was complaining, and they were like, oh, fuck, it's that umbrella guy again. And I was like, that umbrella guy, that's hilarious. So I changed the channel name to mock that person, you know? So really, I could say there was some epiphany or anything else. You know, people are like, yeah, you named it after a video game, or did you name it after JFK? Well, that's part of it. That's one of the reasons I like to keep it, you know, for all these reasons. But really, it was just trolling some asshole because I thought it was funny. You know, so that should tell you all you need to know about the channel too. Yeah. Oh, that's all I have. Let's see. Montana Bow Lady. Liza Bleu. Liza Bleu. You better be careful or you're gonna get sued. Indeed. Check super chats. Was it Monty? Yeah, I didn't even know, like, until recently, I didn't know who Monograph was, until until his associate. I picked up a couple of other really crazy people too. I picked up some really, really crazy people because of Nick. Ricada, man, he has some of the craziest haters. I mean, I'm not even kidding. Some of the craziest ones. GJJ, thanks for the tip. Boomer Tug, indeed. If it weren't for Boomer, I don't think I'd get things right half the time. Gelth Walker, thanks for the tip. Buy me some steel socks. Protect from Lola, please. That's funny. That is funny. Gabriel, thanks for the 449. I hate these crazies. They're making us trans people look bad. They don't actually represent us, but tell them otherwise. And I'm transphobic turf. Yeah, you see that with quite a few folks that bring up these issues. That's what it irritates me about an identity politics period. That's why I do treat that as a poison. You can identify as whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you're an individual. You're not who you have sex with or how you identify. That is part of you. But we create these strange boxes. The only time a box should be utilized is in healthcare, I think. Like if we're like if I need physical health care, you're a certain type of patient. If I'm in mental health care, we have certain types of patients. That's the only time the box is appropriate. Otherwise, we don't need to categorize people. I don't care who you sleep with or whatever. Everybody's welcome to be here. In fact, I don't even know that until you tell me, I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know that, nor do I, I'm glad people share things with me. What I've learned over time is everyone is here. When we bring up issues too, this is under the skies of all of this stuff, people divide us more and more. They'll say and they want to weaponize. That's what people effectively do. The Eliza Blues, again, the Amber Heards, they effectively weaponize labels and they take away individuality. And I don't understand why people are so willing to sacrifice individuality on the altar of buzzword, whatever you want to call it, progressivism, or, again, we have a description for the crazies on one side, the progressives. I don't know. You have crazies on both sides of the spectrum, and I don't really know what to call the other side there. Being from Tennessee, I've seen crazies that come from any side of that spectrum. I've seen them in real life, man. And they don't identify with anyone, and we don't want to be looped into the crazies. They figured out a way to basically force you to be part of their club, and they do it through identity politics. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. Oh well. Oh, you think doing harm and threatening people over video games, that isn't right? Well, you must not wear this identity label, and it's fucking bizarre, but it's effective too. I think that's one of the issues that we run in as well. It's effective. I mean, there's so many fights that we need to have, but a lot of people too, they forget the landscape. They forget that in this landscape, you have to remember that the fight, it has to be kept on a pretty basic scale. Like, if you really want change, again, you can read headlines and you can do stuff, but you really need an identifiable goal that you can put into a paragraph, And like I gotta say, like when we're covering stuff, then false allegations matter. Survivors matter. Surviving is not a badge of honor. It's a scar that people move along with, and servicing those people matter. Again, you need to be able to say this in very succinct statements so people understand what's there. Free speech matters. I mean, they seem to be such. I mean, I don't even understand how we became counterculture. Like here, saying false allegations are bad, dude. like for months, myself and many other people, we became monsters. Still are. I've never thought that, you know, I never thought that you could just have a thought like that. Like, hey, you know, false allegations, they're messed up. Like, you know, we need to get rid of those. I never thought you could become an internet supervillain because of a statement like that. You know what I mean? Welcome to the reverse scarlet letter effect. Indeed. It is crazy though. All right. But anyway, I think I'm going to end here. I've been babbling for a minute. I like hanging out. I think it's good and it's healthy. You know, these topics, they infuriate people sometimes. I get annoyed sometimes when I see this stuff, but I don't carry anger, you know. Again, we serve a purpose in doing this stuff. We serve a purpose in talking about it. And yeah. But anyway, all right. Well, I appreciate you folks. We're going to end here. 4 hours, man. That's a crazy long live stream. 900 of you stuck for the whole thing. That's nuts. Thank you, folks. I do appreciate you.